And pretty decent seats overall. Nothing to write home about, but it's not terrible either. And it cost a grip. Let's be real. But here's the thing: the Knicks Kafia is insane.
NBA's clutch.
I will tell you this, okay? And I hope will attest to this if he's honest. I know March will. The entire game, okay? The entire game, I was sitting there as Will was contemplating suicide, okay? I was sitting there literally telling him over and over again, it doesn't matter. They're going to bring it back and they're going to fucking win. Even when they were losing by 29 points, I was like, dude, I know this sounds like a LeBron story, but I'm so glad that there are other people out there who could attest to this. I just kept repeatedly telling them over and over again, you're freaking out. And I know you want to kill yourself right now, but if you kill yourself now, you're going to miss out on the Knicks bringing this back. And I was right. And the reason why I was right, the reason why I said the Knicks were going to bring it back is because they've always brought it back, no matter what the fucking gap looks like, because they are like fucking piranhas, okay? And let's be real, the Spurs team is too young and is not clutch and cannot deal. When they lose their confidence, they lose everything. The whole fucking team falls apart, and we watched it unfold in real time. All it took was for them to cut the lead down by like 5 or 6, and from that point on, it was a wrap. I personally never thought that the Spurs were winning, even when it was fucking plus 29, plus 30, which, by the way, is literally a record-breaking lead. No away team in NBA Finals history, with the exception of the bubble, has ever had a 29-point lead on an away game. It was historic. By halftime, it was already NBA history. And for me, I knew all it would take for the Spurs to bring out the choke point, because they are choke artists, okay, to fucking start choking, was break a couple 3-pointers, okay, have the Knicks eat away slowly but surely at the comfortable lead that they had for the fucking first 3 quarters of the goddamn game, and it was a wrap from that point on. Spurs scored 76 points in the first half and 30 in the second half. 76 points. They were shooting at almost an 80% from the 3-point line. Do you understand how fucking insane that is? They were at like 78% for the first half from the 3-point line. And then they got fucking reversed. It was disgusting. And I'll tell you something, okay? I'll tell you something right now. Were there some bad calls in the first half? Absolutely. Were the Knicks fans losing their damn minds like babies? 100%. Will was. He was literally like the fucking arena. I was worried about the referees making it out alive, okay? The way that Madison Square Garden had decided that their real enemy wasn't the Spurs, but actually the referees, was wild to watch, okay? And no, I don't think Towns got robbed. I think Towns hooked Wemby's arm. I don't think that was a crazy call. I know that was like a big call in contention, and everyone was like, dude, that's fucking bullshit. He literally hooked him. He had his arm, he grabbed his fucking arm in between his armpits on his way up to the basket. That's a normal call. Like, that's not a fucking crazy. That's not that crazy of a call. There were definitely, the goaltending one was crazy. That was absolutely wrong, right? The goaltending call was wrong. I mean, that straight up was goaltending. Okay, Cornette should have been hit with goaltending on that one. That was goaltending. Fair is fair. I'm calling balls and strikes. Now, we all know there were numerous instances where the Spurs franchise was seen to be a fraudulent franchise. Okay. Yeah, Kyle texted me as well, and he was so weak. He was so weak-willed that he missed the greatest comeback in NBA history. Yeah. In any case, can you show Will's reaction at the end of the game? He was so happy. No, he was losing his fucking mind, dude. He was like, please God, please God. And by the way, he shouldn't have been pleading to God. He should have been pleading to Fox, because that's what bricked it at the end. Okay. And if it wasn't for him, the outcome could have been so different. If it wasn't for him and OG, the outcome would have been so different. Isn't that crazy? In those final moments, every second matters. And we'll obviously play it. But yeah, they chopped that lead down in the third quarter, really. They fucking chopped that lead down dramatically. I mean, look at the fucking points by quarter. You know? By the end of the first half, they had 76 points to the New York Knicks' 27. It was an insane lead. By the end of the third quarter, the Knicks have put up 26. Or not 27, sorry. 49 to 76. They put up 26 points in Q3. The Knicks did. And the Spurs put up only 14 and then only 16 in Q4 as the motherfucking Knicks went crazy mode. They went bananas mode, okay? They went absolutely nutty mode. They were nutted on them. They were nutting. Okay? They were shitting. They were farting. They were nutting on the Spurs. It was choke time. It was choke central. It was choke city. This is what happens when you have a young team that are inexperienced, okay? Yeah, Spurs blew their load too early. They were exceptional in the first half. What an incredible game of basketball this was. First half of the game, they were playing demonic style, the Spurs were. They were so fucking confident. They were so cocky. You know? I think it was OG that fucking choke slammed Wemby. Like, elbowed him in the neck. Wemby fell on the ground, started clapping, said, I'm in your head. I'm in your head. It turns out the Knicks were down, but they were not out. Yeah, that I'm in your head shit is going to fucking haunt them forever. Yeah, Josh Hart, no.
In the pick and roll. They keep trying to bring him up. Now Bucks throws it away. Josh Hart.
This literally, like, look at this. 104-103. 2 minutes remaining. This lob, this miss, would have been immortalized if it wasn't for Fox. Okay? Like, this would have literally been, he would have been the Fox of the fucking Knicks. Miss layup. Look at Larry David, by the way.
Oh, he missed the layup.
Look at Larry David in the background. Look. Watch. He's right there. Look. He almost died, bro. You almost killed Larry David, bro. You almost killed him. Larry David has never felt that excited in his whole damn life, dude. You can't be making him respond to things that fast. Yeah. This straight up, if it wasn't for OG and if it wasn't for Fox, this is the career killer for for Hart. Also, I got to say, shouts out to the Swagapinos. Pinoy Gang put up insane numbers. Okay? Pinoy Gang carried the fuck out of this shit on the Spurs side. Respect. Anyway, how about that game ticket switch up? You lucked out, go to decision. What do you mean? Oh, from G3 to G4? Yeah. No, yeah, I know. We could have gone and watched the most ass game of all time. And instead, we watched the best game of all time. One of the greatest. I cannot believe that I was in the room for one of the greatest NBA Finals games that will literally probably take decades to fucking to have anything similar, like a comparable experience. But goddamn OG, man, he's so fucking good. I mean, he was lethal. He was lethal on the 3-point line. He was fucking lethal with the key blocks. I mean, he had so many incredible moments, dude. Holy fucking shit, he had so many incredible moments. It was exceptional gameplay. It was fantastic to watch. Respect to OG. But yeah, New York City, Trump cancels Iran strikes, Iran, America, Israel, oil prices rise, New York DSA slate rally tonight, FC's Fury, 104, Knicks win, get in now. Yeah, watching Will go through the motions like that was so funny. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, he went from suicidal to the happiest guy on the planet. What a difference fucking 12 minutes make in the lives of someone. You witness an all-timer that may never be touched in our lifetimes. I know. You still haven't shown Will's reaction. Hold on, I'm blasting off, dude. Apparently, Moist Critical did a Ethan Klein lawsuit video as well. There's been 80 games in the playoffs so far. That's 320 quarters. The Spurs in the third quarter are the only team this playoffs to not have a single point in the paint. Yeah. Do we have the blast off? Do we have the I mean, dude, this was the environment in the fucking room. Did Will get to know all the people all around you? Yes, dude. I mean, when you're in that situation, everyone is it's everyone's family. Okay. Look, there's one more video of him fucking losing his damn mind. People were trying to take photos with him. Like, they didn't know who he was. They just like thought he was a super fan. I mean, he is a super fan, but they were just stoked. OG Ananobi, you can fuck my bitch.
bitch. I don't trust that bitch. You gon' fuck my bitch. Let me fuck your bitch. I don't love that bitch. I don't trust that.
I will never forgive you for making Emma cry. Okay, that's crazy. An airplane almost crashed? What do you mean? Oh my God. Thank God the whole plane is watching, so they knew exactly what was going on. If the Knicks pull this off in 5, it'll be redemption for the 99 finals with the same cadence. Yeah, bro, Fox got to retire for a bit. Darren Adolf Joseph Fox Hitler, nicknamed Choke, a 20-point lead. 29-point lead, is a German-American professional basketball player. That's crazy. I mean, yeah, that definitely was inappropriate. Okay. Anyway, here, I'll start here. I got to go pee real quick.
Madness at the Mecca.
That's it. It's over. The greatest comeback in NBA playoff history.
This morning, the Knicks mounting the greatest comeback in NBA Finals history.
Brunson gets it, fires up a three. Shot no good. The tip is gone.
Down 29 points.
The hand
now.
of God. The hand of God, dude. The tip, the godlike tip, a miracle.
3-1 in the series. It was a disastrous start for New York. San Antonio dominating with 14 threes in the first half.
And nails it. The cell corner three, it's good. Parker, three-pointer. That's good, another three.
The most in finals history.
Fox has to shoot and knocks it down. Everything going in.
Victor Wembanyama playing some of the best basketball of his career in the first half. Clearly getting into the heads of the Knicks players. Wemby taking an elbow to the head from Mitchell Robinson, then clapping at the move.
And an offensive foul called down this zone.
Leading the Spurs into halftime with a 27-point lead, the Knicks with a .4 chance of winning. The Garden stunned into silence.
That is the look of shock.
But the Knicks not giving up.
Series Hasanabi with the flush.
Coming back in the second half with something to prove.
Alley-oop to Robinson.
Chipping away at the Spurs lead, going on a 13-0 run.
Three, it's good.
The Brunson burner hitting overdrive. Captain clutch Jalen Brunson scoring 36 points.
It's good. The Knicks take the lead.
The Knicks taking the first lead of the night with less than 2 minutes to go. But it was OG with the OMG at MSG, passing in the ball with 5.7 seconds on the clock. Brunson shoots a long three, and OG Anunoby tipping in the winning basket.
It's a game of runs. We believe in ourselves. We've come back before. We're battle tested. We're mentally tough. We're a resilient group.
Madison Square Garden erupting, the ground shaking. Celebrity Row just as stunned as the rest of us. Players embracing the moment and each other. Fans at watch parties across the Big Apple exploding.
We did it! We were so amazing! New York did it!
The U.S. men's soccer team taking a break from training for the World Cup to watch the winning moment. Spike Lee couldn't contain his joy. And Taylor Swift celebrating with fans after the game. Timothée Chalamet also getting in on the action. A sea of orange and blue filling the streets of Gotham from the buildings to the people.
One word that captures.
It was fucking crazy outside, by the way. When they say New York City, we outside, I saw it. I saw it with my own damn two motherfucking eyes, okay? The hand of OG edit. Yeah, it was exceptional. It was history. It was history in the fucking making, dude. Straight up. Bro, you showed up on TV for a couple of seconds? No, I didn't. That's really funny, though, that you think that happened. Ain't nobody knows where the fuck I was sitting. Ain't nobody gives a shit. I am not a fucking celebrity, okay? I'm washed. Yeah, this is outside. How do you let him get a clean path to crash? Brother, that was Fox. It was Fox again. He just stood idly by and waited. He didn't try to box out OG at all. No, literally, like he was genuinely demonic. Some saw it inside. Wait, what do you mean?
I wonder if they're just going to take him right to the fucking line and force him to earn it at the line. I bet they are. Holy. Oh. Down. Wait. Oh, next fucking buzzer.
The fuck is this? What is this clip? Evacuation Neff?
Flooded. The floor is eating all of the present denizens.
What? Okay.
A piece of that.
I can't believe she cried. I was so scared. There was a published list of celebs and one of your Hasanabi themed Twitter people shared it. You weren't on it? No, I know. Aaron Fox sold the game right after that French baguette got shook at the free throw line. Dude, that was incredible, by the way. I cannot believe Wembanyama couldn't make both of his fucking free throws. That was devastating. But I'm telling you, dude, if you were in that room, if you were, I mean, I don't know how if it translated to the television screens or not, but it was literally a presence, dude. It was an immensely threatening aura. There was an immensely threatening fucking aura in the room. His knees were trembling, buddy. That was crazy. Jake Shane makes the list, but not streamer Will Neff and Hassan Piker. I know.
Go through every dog shit play that De'Aaron Fox made in the second half. Just a head-scratching pass by the little fella here. Then 60 seconds later, Fox, who should be the last person on planet Earth doing a James Harden dribble, step back shot, does that. So Fox actually gets taken out.
It is kind of crazy how much he fucking sold, dude. It is crazy. Like, he was at the scene of every crime. Dr. Hassam Jihad Parker, millionaire homeowner, not as well liked as Alveus Sanctuary and fourth best host of Fear End podcast. We condemn. That's crazy.
Greatness.
After that shot, he checks back in with a minute left. And what in the actual fuck is that pass? And then the very next possession, at the end of the third quarter, Fox.
I think an investigation is in order to see if there was actual, like, I don't understand it. It was not just like a regular choke, man. It was far beyond it. It was unlike anything I've ever seen. Like, did he have a Kelce parlay or something? Like, what the fuck was it? What the hell was going on? Like, this requires an investigation. The amount of like egregious errors. I mean, 2 is fine. Like one is gonna happen. 2, all right, like it's unexpected. 3, we're talking, you know, what the fuck? This is irredeemable. 4, you need to be ejected from the league. And he had like 5 or 6 in a row in direct succession, one after another, in a matter of like a minute. And some of the most egregious ones were in the last 10 to 12 seconds. It makes no sense.
Again, dribble. Right off the foot and out of bounds. And then this
Succession. Shut up. I fucked up my words. Shut up.
possession right here. 3 minutes left, 4-point game. Imagine this being your possession. This is the biggest play of the game. Fox is having a family barbecue. dribbling the ball off his foot. No rush at all. Oh shit! There's only 6 seconds left in the shot clock. And then you got to play everyone and their grandma are talking about.
Dude, I mean, this is completely unacceptable. Okay? Literally, all you need to do is grab. All you need to do is grab and hold. Dribble around the court. That's all you need to do in this situation. You just grab and you dribble around the fucking court and you get fouled. That's it.
He has a breakaway. He can't outrun OG Anunoby. He can't dribble out the clock. He decides to go up and he gets swatted. And then on the final possession of the game, my voice is cooked right now. Fox is on Anunoby. Wemby is on...
this is the other side of that story. I mean, he literally let OG Anunoby shine. Okay, he ate the block and then he turned around.
Brunson. Fox then decides to help Wemby. He doubles Brunson. No one's on Anunoby. End up, maybe. Yes, maybe. That will be your winning.
God damn, Unc, can we get the politics, my dude? Man, shut your bitch ass up. This is one of the most important piece of news that took place, and I got to fucking experience it in real time, okay? Anyway, and yeah, greatness happened. Magic happened there, and I was there to witness it. I have the fucking commemorative ticket right here. Okay, I got the commemorative ticket right here. NBA Finals Game 4, Wednesday, June 10, Madison Square Garden. This is shit that you tell your children about, okay? What a night. What a fucking night, dude. And yeah, I got a towel as well, and I gave the towel to Emma earlier. And she cried.
A piece of that greatness that I brought for you.
Are you for real?
From the actual finals. Is it upside down?
I legit might cry.
Oh my God, you're crazy.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
You're crazy.
It's so funny to say might cry as you're crying.
I mean, I'm not, it hasn't come out yet, but, you know, like, I burst into tears last night. Like, I just couldn't believe what it means to the city. And my husband is like, was calling into WFAN as a 12 and 13-year-old boy, like debating about the Knicks. I mean, it's in his heart. And so, like, what?
She crowed. She crowed. We crowed. We crowed. Okay? She cried. I cried. We crowed.
This means to me. I have this T-shirt. Maybe I'll pull it out. I don't want to be superstitious. But it says honorary ball kid on it because when I was 11 or so, I got pulled onto the floor.
Free tickets for celebrities? Charles Barkley, how long have you actually been a season ticket holder? I don't have a season ticket. I just get the tickets. The celebrities, the Knicks, gave us the tickets.
You're showing our show
watching you guys
all these years.
Forever.
But you're like a real fan. Like a lot of these other freeloaders, they just showing up because the Knicks are doing good. How long have you actually been a season ticket holder?
I don't have a season ticket. I get the tickets.
I think he's joking, by the way. I'm pretty sure he is a season ticket holder. He is. I'm almost certain. I think he's joking, but he's not joking when like some celebrities do get tickets. Celebrities are invited, not your boy, okay? Just make no mistake, okay? Ain't nobody thinks I'm a celebrity. I just want to let it be known we were not even on the fucking celeb list, okay? We were not on that list. So before you get it in your mind,
the celebrity they give us the tickets.
Ben, stop lying.
I don't think I could afford the Knicks season ticket front row. No, I'm lucky. No, I think it's because I've been coming for so long, you know, that they feel I'm a loyal fan. Our family's been.
I thought Ben Stiller and Spike Lee were the only two celebs that actually pay for their tickets. He's not joking. The guy he sits next to gives him the tickets. Who? Spike Lee?
coming forever, so I'm lucky enough to get that. And but I've been coming since, I mean, I probably like 1974.
Wow.
I remember
Draymond was not born.
Yeah. I mean, with my dad, you know, meeting the Knicks. I remember when I was 8, 9 years old being here. Yeah,
You know,
where they are.
Yeah, this dude's been watching the Knicks since like he was 8. Like Timothy Chalamet as well. Like that Timothy Chalamet is like a real fan. For people, there are certainly a lot of celebrities who are you know, I guess on the Knicks bandwagon. I normally probably wouldn't go to this game if it wasn't for Will. I was there for Will. I made a promise to him that we would months ago when it was not like when way before the Knicks were in the playoffs. I told Will that I would go watch the Knicks in Madison Square Garden with him. So, you know, it just happened to be the greatest fucking game of all time. But like there are a lot of celebrities that are bandwagon fans. It's just funny because like all of his teams have been ass his whole lifetime. I mean, it's the Jets and the Knicks, right? So like this is a remarkable turn of events for him. Did you see Larry David had to sit next to McEnroe and John was high-fiving Wemby every time he came off? Could be a great episode for Kerr for sure. Yeah, this was also March's first ever NBA game. Isn't that crazy? First and last. I mean, it's over. You can't top this.
Ben, you're not a fair weather fan because number one, thank you for the love you show on our show.
Watching you guys.
Jerry Seinfeld doing the most after the game.
But he's on SNL. I think that guy's on SNL. Very something, man. They're coming in hot. Who's? That guy's on SNL, right? That's the old dude. Oh, Jerry Seinfeld. What up, Seinfeld? What up? Can we get a free Palestine? Can we get a free Palestine? Come on, give us one free Palestine.
It doesn't exist.
Gross. I don't even think this guy knew that Seinfeld is like a vicious anti-Palestine celebrity. Like, that's what makes it so funny. He's like, I think this guy's on SNL. Like, this dude had no fucking idea. Also, how are you worse than a kick streamer? Like, how, I mean, straight up, objectively, a far worse person than the kick streamer in this situation. I don't know anything about this guy. I just know that he streams on Kick as evidenced by the fact that it says Kick right there. But he's clearly a far better person than Jerry Seinfeld is. Maple takes. Jerry likes to ignore the existence of things he doesn't like age of consent laws. Got his ass. He definitely knew, man. That's why he asked him. You don't randomly ask that. No, I think he fucking asked it because he didn't know who he was. Bro, he said, I think that guy's from SNL. The cutie switch teams since Taylor was repping the Knicks? I don't know. Jerry's in a good mood because Mom Donnie let his girlfriend stay up past bedtime. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. That's devastating.
That all is just believe.
He believed, and now New York believes. After the game, Knicks coach Mike Brown and Karl Anthony Towns both said that luck played a role here, saying sometimes you get lucky and sometimes you have to make your own luck. I think New York fans are feeling very...
Yeah, luck, as in his name is De'Aaron Fox. Okay, that's the luck. I mean, things worked. Look, they created a situation where it was a 1-point game. So obviously that's the major factor here. They played their fucking heart and soul out. And then Fox pushed them over the finish line straight up. Like almost single-handedly. It's unbelievable. I cannot believe it. I haven't seen a blown lead that bad since Trump and Israel attacked Iran first, killed the Ayatollah, and still lost the war. Oh my God. His name is Brick Fox. The first primary candidate in Maine history to receive 150,000 votes. Yeah. What a crazy game, man. Are we going to get the totally uninformed Hasanabi World Cup bracket? Yeah, I don't have any opinion on the World Cup. I don't know anything. Hopefully the Iranian team does well. They deserve it. That's it. I hope they do decent. Probably not, but this is so evil, man. Seriously, Fox needs to be investigated. There's no way a man that's been in the league for almost a decade does that. Disgusting, sickening. Remove him from the roster and league. Not even cheering for Turkey? I mean, I am. Breaking Mamdani news. Oh, yeah, I saw this. They have to travel to California from Mexico for every game. None of their staff is allowed, and they can't move from Arizona to Mexico because of visa issues. Yeah, I know. Yeah, Fox was clutch just for the opposition.
That was a bananas comeback, and while most fans were just celebrating with joy, there were some in the crowd that filled the blocks here outside Madison Square Garden that just could not control themselves. Fans poured into the streets, blocking traffic, climbing on the scaffolding or hoisting themselves into the bucket of a lift to egg on the crowd. And some Knicks fans showed up at the hotel where the Spurs are staying and appeared to throw actual eggs at Victor Wembanyama.
Bro, they sniped his ass. It was shameful. As you guys know, and I stand by this, I love Wemby, okay? He choked. He's 22. He's going to get better as time goes on, okay? This is a muscle that he has to build. It's clear from the finals games that he has played in every single time. They are a hot and cold team. The Spurs, when they lose their streak, and it's really tough because the Knicks are the streakiest fucking team I've ever seen in my life. Okay? When they go on a tear, they're like fucking vicious piranhas. Okay? It's insane. And they break the confidence of... I feel like they can break the confidence of a veteran team. But certainly, a team so green... like the Spurs, they can't handle it at all. They can't handle it at all. Once that fucking streak starts, once they started cutting away at the lead, it was over. I will say this, though. It was, he got domed. He got domed by that egg. Whoever tossed that motherfucking egg, dude. Holy shit.
Your fans picked fights. They set off fireworks and smoke bombs, stomped on taxis and damaged police vehicles. Officers on horseback arrived to control the crowd and enforce what's supposed to be a secure zone around the arena. The NYPD said there were some officers that sustained injuries, and there were dozens.
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. Look at this. Look. Bro, that's crazy. Bro, I'm crying. That shit hit him square in the dome. Now he got to walk of shame back into his hotel room with egg yolk dripping down his neck. I mean, it is... Look at this, bro. Look at this. Look, it's coming. Straight, dude, to the top. Like, right square center, dude. Look at this. Devastating. It hit the pole? Wait, it didn't? I think you guys are... Man, I think you guys are coping. He literally ducked. He literally ducked right as it hit. I think you guys are coping. Other angle, it hits the pole. This is why New York fans deserve nothing. That's cope. That's cope. That's cope. That's cope. I mean, that's just.
Of arrest. They're still sorting out the arrest this morning, guys. Although most of the fans behave pretty well and are just psyched and bleary-eyed this morning. Guys.
Yes, and some of them are probably running late for work right now, and we approve. Aaron, thank you.
This is enemy territory. Watch yourself. I mean, dude, I think I'll be fine. You know? Dude, LA fans are twice as bad. Oh, that's bullshit. AP says it nearly hit. Anyway, I still think it's unacceptable, but it looked like a clean hit. Also, dude, I've never felt safer in a fucking crowd than surrounded by Knicks fans. Are you kidding me? I thought that people would smell that I had any sympathies towards Wembanyama at all. And no, half the fucking crowd was Hasanabi heads. What are you talking about? There were more fucking Knicks fans that were Hasanabi heads than in LA. There were Lakers fans. I told you this already in my experience. Like, most of the fans that came up to me after the Lakers game was Oklahoma fans. MJ and LeBron couldn't be the best player on a championship team until they were 27, 28 years old. Winning as the best player of a squad that young almost never happened. Shaq was 28. I think Jordan was... How old was Jordan? Shaq was 28. Giannis was 26. Wemby crumbling like this isn't surprising at all. Yes. Address this dirty ass Wemby play. I mean, okay, can I say something? Like, if we're looking at any sort of parity here, I think the Knicks played very, very dirty this game as well. I mean, it's pretty crazy to fucking point to you know what Wemby was doing. Dude, are you kidding me? They were going for his knees, brother. They were literally, prove it? No, they straight up, dog, they were straight up going for his knees. I never seen anything like that. There were instances where it was not a box out at all. There were literally instances where they were just, like Alvarado, I saw it with my own two eyes. I saw him straight up pick himself up and try to fucking hit his kneecaps. Give me the clip.
Watch.
Look, in one 10-second clip, Alvarado gave Wemby a two-handed push, tried to trip him, tried to hook his leg, tried to foul back into him, then finished with a single leg takedown. Lamau even. Look at this.
This is on the
two-hand push.
But Karl Anthony Towns can tell
try to take his leg.
Get out. He has plenty of
hooks him. Falls. This is the worst part, though. Okay? He falls, right? As he's trying to push him off, he falls. He gets up. Doesn't even try to attempt to make it seem like it's a center mass hit at all. Look at this. I've never seen anything like that, man. Come on. He hugged his nutsack, bro. Look at this. 2 hands clasped. Are you fucking kidding me? Really? You're going to be like, oh, Wemby was playing real dirty. This is one of the craziest things I've ever fucking encountered. I didn't see nothing. He fell.
And then he just grabs his leg.
Yeah. That's payback for last game on Brunson? No, payback was when fucking OG literally decked him in the neck with a straight elbow punch. That was payback. The fuck are you guys talking about? He literally fucking yammed him. Yeah, I saw this. If Alvarado does this to Wemby tonight, I'll buy his jersey.
Yeah, we know Jose's not going to back down.
Oh, it wasn't OG. It was Mitch. My bad. It was MAGA Mitch. He was scratching his nose. It was MAGA Mitch Robinson. Yeah, oh yeah. Look.
About that, if you're Mitchell Robinson, but you can see right here, Wemmy's telling him, I'm in your head as he's going down the floor. This is what got Mitchell Robinson upset, so he's just going to come down and he's going to deliver a shot right there.
That's come on, bro. Come on, bro.
Been upset, so he's just going to come down and he's going to deliver a shot.
Barely touched him. Come on, dog. That shit literally connected. What the fuck are you talking about? That's like concussion territory. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? Bro put his UFC gloves on to get to work. Barely touched. I didn't see shit. That's just clean basketball from the Knicks. He was getting a bug off Wemby's face. You can see the vibrations. Yeah, that's a love tap in the way that Donald Trump calls blowing up water reservoirs in southern Iran a love tap. More MAGA behavior, more MAGA activities, it seems.
So he's just going to come down and he's going to...
Bro, it's also so funny because it's like he clearly... There's no, like, he leaves no room for like a different order of events where he just straight up extends his fucking arm. That wasn't Mitch, that was AI. Anyway, yeah, it was a great game overall, though. It was a great game overall. And before we get to Iran, more New York W's. Exclusive. Mayor Zohran Mamdani is launching a limited run of affordable New York City-inspired World Cup jerseys designed and crafted in partnership with Motzi Sports, a family-owned apparel studio in Brooklyn. We got some new polls. New poll alert. Defending Mitchell Hogginson is crazy work. It's not that crazy. It's just how fandom works. The Spurs know how to take the lead. They just don't know how to hold the lead. And that's really the most important part of the lead, the holding. Yeah. By the way, it is kind of beast mode that the NBA just posted the full uncut 6-minute ending. Pretty good night in Ridgewood. Fuck selling the game for Netanyahu.
You only have gotten that idea from Benjamin Netanyahu.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, he could have only gotten that idea from Benjamin Netanyahu. That's true. Anyway, what else was I going to show you? Oh yeah, so that was the beginning of the game, and this was Will in the end of the game. They didn't even escort the people out, by the way, which is crazy. They just like let people let people celebrate. That was cool too. I did show Wemby getting hit with the fucking egg. Begging for attention? What is this?
You think you're holier than thou is the main problem.
You not welcome, lady.
And your man's a pedophile. He likes underage kids.
Jesus Christ. Schumer endorsed Haley. Why are you sad about that? You should be ecstatic. You should be fucking ecstatic about that. That's a good thing. This was the outside. Yo, the guards that escort people was busy celebrating. Anyway, yeah. What a night. What a fucking night, dude. Does Austin not like basketball? No, he thought the Knicks was a baseball team, brother. He does not fuck with basketball at all. But also, it was so expensive that we didn't feel like we should force him to get a ticket. You know what I mean? Because if you're not in any way, shape, or form invested in basketball, there's a crazy ticket to fucking purchase, especially from that weird ass angle that we're watching it too. You know what I mean? Like weird ass angle, crazy expensive ticket. You don't even understand what you're seeing. Like you're not even gonna fucking appreciate it at all. It makes sense for him not to show up to that. Can you recommend a socialist political streamer of Turkish origin that discusses the United States political climate? I thought you were one, but clearly this is a sports channel. Oh my God. Oh my God, brother. Jesus Christ. Let me have a moment, dude. I mean, this is a historic event. And yes, I bought, for the record, I did buy a Ewing jersey, and also I got a Knicks hat, and we got the Knicks keffiyeh, obviously, which this is a prized possession. This is the woke ESPN channel. Yeah. Can you pose with it like you just got drafted? Oh, you mean like with the jersey? Like this? So dope. Just 67th pick overall. Yeah. Stop LARPing, Wemby fan. I mean, dude, what do you mean? I literally have this exact same hat, or rather stole it from Noah, if you recall. And I used to wear it all the time, and then I had to give it back to him. So I was like, I'm gonna get the same exact hat that I already. Prohibition era suit, my boy. Yeah. Yeah, it's yeah, that would have been the last time they would have allowed someone like someone with my level of skill into the NBA, and even then probably not. Anyway. All right, now let's get to the motherfucking news. Okay, I know a lot of you are like, come on, get to the news, man. And which we will. New U.S. strikes on Iran as Trump speaks out on escalating tensions. And as of this morning, Trump has officially declared the Iran strikes off because he says that Tehran finally got their act together and will concede to American interests. I don't know how reliable an orator Trump is on these events. So, we'll see. We'll see where it goes. But put the news in the bag, little bro. Let's get started.
Overnight, U.S. ships and fighter jets launching a wave of attacks targeting Iranian air defenses, surveillance, and communication systems. The president telling Fox News that 49 Tomahawk missiles struck Iran's southwest coast. And the administration now warning Iran that if they don't sign a peace agreement, the U.S. will hammer them again.
If we need to negotiate with bombs, we'll negotiate with bombs.
Instead, Iran has fired back, again launching its own missiles at U.S. bases in Kuwait and Bahrain. All the missiles intercepted, but debris damaging homes, vehicles, and causing minor injuries to a child in Bahrain. These latest attacks come less than 24 hours after U.S. fighter jets struck nearly 20 targets, including Iranian air defense and radar systems near the Strait of Hormuz. Iran releasing unverified video claiming to show the strikes also damaged critical civilian water reservoirs.
Oh, unverified video. So it's probably fake, guys. But also, just to be safe, maybe this was critical infrastructure that was aiding and abetting the IRGC. You know? It's probably fake. America would never hit civilian infrastructure, except for when we do. Except for when we do, and then the very same media outlets will turn around and say, well, don't you feel like it was supposed to cripple the drinking water that might make its way to the IRGC? It's Hamas water. It's Hezbollah water. It's water that the IRGC is drinking.
CENTCOM saying they are looking into the report. The U.S. strikes were launched in retaliation.
Yeah, by the way, is it really that strange to assume that America is deliberately targeting civilian infrastructure when the fucking president is openly saying that America is deliberately targeting civilian infrastructure? Is it really that strange? Like, that's our posture. That's literally what we're saying we are doing. So perhaps it's not that strange.
For Iran downing a U.S. Apache helicopter. But the latest strikes intended to pressure Iran, with President Trump growing increasingly impatient.
They keep tapping us along. They keep playing us for suckers.
While these strikes fall short of resuming all-out war.
Also, a heads up, 49 Tomahawk missiles are launched yesterday. It cost a total of $178 million for missiles alone on the conservative end. Yeah. And also, the fact that we're still using standoff munitions that we're depleting that are already in critically low supply. Standoff munitions that are designed specifically for our near-peer and peer adversaries like Russia and China implies that we don't have complete air superiority over Iranian soil. And once again, is another point that suggests that the American military capabilities are nowhere near as great as people previously thought they were, and that they haven't been able to make the significant military achievements. They haven't been able to generate the significant military achievements that they thought they would. They haven't achieved their objectives at all. So, because remember, we have an abundance of gravity munitions, guided, unguided, that we could be dropping on Iranian soil, but that would require flights over Iranian territory, and they're not doing that. And the reason for why they're not doing that is because they're worried about Iranian anti-air defenses, loitering munitions. Iranian standoff capabilities are far better than what America and Israel previously predicted them to be. Obviously, they have a unique mobile system that they deploy when they find it to be necessary. And once again, it's already ridiculous that we're talking about negotiating with bombs. That's not how you negotiate at all.
That is certainly possible. The Iranians now calling the ceasefire meaningless, and the region once again bracing for what may come next. Lindsay?
Disappointment for any hope of diplomacy. Martha Raddatz in Jerusalem for us. Thank you, Martha.
With you in a little bit. We want to bring you some breaking news, though, and that is that in the last few minutes, the U.S. President Donald Trump has taken to his Truth Social platform, and he has posted the following. Based on the fact that discussions with the Islamic Republic of Iran have been brought to the highest level of Iranian leadership and approved, I have, as President of the United States of America, canceled the scheduled strikes and bombings against Iran this evening. Discussions and final points have been in both concept and great detail approved by all parties involved. And then he goes on to say the blockade will remain in full effect until it's finalized shortly. Let's go to our White House correspondent, Kimberly Halkett. Kimberly, I mean, is this what we expected at all from tonight? What more are we hearing from the White House on this?
Well, we're not hearing anything more from the White House. The U.S. president is the messenger. So what we have heard, though, in the last hour is that there was a lot of effort going on with regard to diplomacy. In fact, the U.S. State Department saying that Secretary Rubio, as well as the U.S. president, have been engaged and remain engaged directly in sort of diplomacy. And so as a result, even though the U.S. president was threatening for there to be a third night of strikes against Iran, that he would hit them very hard, it was clear that what he was doing was trying to get some sort of concession. Now, obviously, that hasn't happened from Iran, but what has happened is that there has been an enormous amount of diplomatic involvement that has taken place, not just by the United States, but also by the U.S. as Arab partners, as well as others that have been in direct contact with Iran. So we're waiting to see what more the White House might have to say about this. But I have to tell you that this action by the U.S. president's not unprecedented. We know that back in his first term, he was threatening strikes on Iran and then just called them off minutes before the launch on June 20th of 2019. He approved retaliatory strikes after Iran shot down a U.S. drone and then canceled them roughly 10 minutes before impact. So it's clear that the U.S. president will, if he believes that.
Yeah, so the American president, Donald Trump, is claiming that a deal is imminent, right? Iran is, of course, predictably disputing it. Here's the Hormuz letter. Breaking, Iran directly rejects Trump's new claims that they reached an agreement to cancel tonight's strikes on Iran, as baseless, saying no agreement has been approved at all, and all of Trump's words should be disregarded like all his previous 38 times deal imminent announcements over 2 months, per Tasnim news agency. A senior Israeli official also tells Channel 12 that they are not aware of any agreement being reached. Drop site reports Trump to press defense industry leaders on weapons production as missile stockpiles are shrinking amid the Iran war. Wait, where's the other? Fars news agency says no text on the initial memorandum of understanding with the United States has been approved. A source close to the Islamic Republic of Iran's negotiating team told Fars. An hour earlier, the U.S. president had claimed in a message on the Truth Social network that Iran had agreed at the highest level to a text for an initial memorandum of understanding. Minutes later, in similar statements to the American newspaper, the New York Post, he said that the text in question had been summarized. Trump's claim comes as Iran and the United States endured one of their most intense clashes since the ceasefire was announced on Thursday morning. Fars News Agency, given that the United States has accepted Iran's proposed text, the likelihood of the agreement being approved by Tehran's highest decision-making authorities is relatively high. This is only half an hour ago. An informed source told FNA Iran has not approved any draft agreement or initial memorandum with the U.S., contradicting President Trump's claim. So unless Trump is the party that actually agreed to the memorandum of understanding without making significant changes, then there is a potential ceasefire that is in place. And Trump could be positioning this as coming to terms with the Iranian memorandum of understanding, and then presenting it as though Iran is conceding, at which point, yes, there could be a ceasefire. Having said that, however, Barack Ravid reports, what to watch. The White House has believed a deal was imminent at several points during the conflict, only to see negotiations break down again. Just wait for Barack Ravid to say a deal is imminent. He's laughing at us. Barack Unit 8200 Ravid. Trump just said this. Trump on Iran, Strait of Hormuz will open as soon as we sign. Trump on Iran, deal signing maybe over the weekend. Signing probably in Europe. U.S. VP Vance will be there.
The great settlement of the war with Iran. And we're going to be subject to finalization of documents, which should get done over the next few days. We'll probably have a signing maybe in Europe. And it's a great thing. Stock market's up 1,000 points. That means they like the deal. See, that means they like, if the market goes down, that means they don't like the deal. But it's been up, oil's dropped. Oil will start coming down to, I think, even lower than it was before. We had a great settlement of...
Iran's not playing around this time. Wrong strategies and impulsive decisions will reset the entire board for the worse, explode energy infrastructure and markets, and create an endless quagmire that you will be stuck in for years. You will see a different Iran. He's actively croaking. Yeah, look, man, it's pretty simple. I'm a simple guy, okay? I've heard this 38 times already. We all have heard this on 38 separate instances. Okay? 38 times. When the ink is dry and the American forces are retreating from the region, I'll believe it. Until that moment, I'm not believing it. Okay? I'm in a state of disbelief. 38 fucking times this dumbass has said a deal is imminent. And Barack Ravid has tweeted a deal is imminent. Okay? Kind of tough for me to look at a boy who cried wolf style scenario 38 fucking times, you know? Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, you can't fool me again. That's what George W. Bush said. Okay? Fool me 38 times. At that point, I might be an analyst at Wall Street who is no longer looking at market fundamentals at all. Okay? Fool me 38 motherfucking times, and that means I want to be fooled. Fool me 38 times, and my name might as well be Barack Unit 8200 Ravid. I'm working for Axios, and my job is to basically copy-paste whatever the fucking White House emails me. What a crock of shit this has been. Anyway, here's what Trump had to say about people not believing him.
We have a signing soon, and the documents are in pretty final shape. So we'll see. We'll see. Very good. Should be done. That should be done pretty quickly. They want it every bit as much as everybody else wants it. And I think a lot of good relationships. But we have a signing soon.
What are we signing, bro? What are we signing? Actually, what are we signing? Anyway, on the other hand, Trump obviously is experiencing a little bit more pressure because our productive capabilities are not keeping up with our unlimited appetite for death and destruction. All at the behest of Israel, of course. Because, as I've reported on over and over again, we have a limited number of standoff munitions, and it's actually exceptionally difficult to resupply and to produce additional Tomahawk missiles. We're burning through them way faster than we can produce new ones. Leaders of Trump is pressing the defense industry leaders on weapons production as missile stockpiles shrink amid Iran war. Okay. Leaders of 7 key defense companies are expected to meet with President Donald Trump at the White House later this week as the administration confronts growing alarm over thinning U.S. munitions stockpiles, NBC News reported. Trump has expressed anger to aides over the depleted arsenal as he weighs continued major combat operations against Iran. The Pentagon has yet to sign any new multi-year contracts to replenish munitions since Trump took office. NBC reported in May, having entered only non-binding framework agreements. The U.S. has been drawing down weapon stockpiles from Europe and Asia to sustain the Iran campaign. A Center for Strategic International Studies study found particular shortfalls in long-range precision weapons, including Tomahawks, Patriot missiles, and THAAD interceptors. Okay? There's also the Trump Q&A now, so let's get to it.
This is a massive win for our fishermen, massive win for our waterfront communities who process it, all these processors. And in the end, we are going to eat fish caught by us. What a shock. Eating fish caught by us in our waters. So this is just common sense, smart. We already have the best conservation rules in the world, and this was one on top of another on top of another. So thank God from the fisherman's perspective, and I get these calls all the time, that President Donald Trump is in this office because he's finally letting our great fishermen and fisherwomen get out there and catch fish and stop importing fish. Let's eat fish caught by Americans.
Oh, I fucking hate butt lick. Okay, that's beast mode.
Trump's leadership.
Coming to the White House in this garb is actually crazy.
He was going to roll back these job-killing, community-killing, industry-killing jobs. He's done that last year with executive orders, doing it today with his proclamation. So I want to say thank you to President Trump. I want to say thank you to my great friend, Secretary Lutnick in Commerce. We have dual responsibilities across Commerce and Interior related to fish. And of course, with our partners in the Pacific, because American Samoa, Guam, the Commonwealth of Northern Marianas Islands, we've got the Congresswoman here from Northern Marianas Islands. These are all American citizens. As Howard said, this is U.S. territorial waters, and they were closed to us and open to others. And that makes no sense. We've reversed that around. And so again, as you see around us, the jobs that are created in this industry are often second, third, fourth, and fifth generation family businesses. And these folks not only risk their lives, they risk their own personal capital to help feed America. They're the farmers of the sea. Just like President Trump's behind our farmers and ranchers, he's behind our fishermen. He's making sure that America is great. This brings back healthy food for our schools, our military, all the things that we're working on with Secretary Kennedy and with Pete Hegseth. So this is a win-win-win across the board. Again, thank you, President Trump. Thank you, Howard. Great day for America.
Thank you very much. Mr. President, this is another example of America First, to be honest with you. Alaska provides 60% of the country's seafood. We're the state with halibut, salmon, king crab, you name it, comes from Alaska. Fishing in Alaska is one of the oldest industries in that entire state, employs thousands of individuals. Everyone has had fish from Alaska, we know that. But this is an example, again, putting America first, workers first, and really this country first. And so on behalf of Alaska, on behalf of all fishermen and women, I want to thank you for what you're doing for this country and for the state of Alaska as well.
Governor, was this shutdown, I mean, it's just so hard to believe. So this was trauma for your industry, which is a big industry.
Well, your deregulation is what really helps Alaska and helps the fishermen. The country doesn't need more regulation. We need less regulation, and that includes for this industry as well. And so from that perspective, and it's across the board. We could talk about oil and gas and so forth, but this is about fish. But your deregulation approach is really what we need. We don't need more costs, and as you said, we probably don't need electric boats either. We need to focus on getting seafood to Americans, putting people to work, and this is exactly what this does.
Okay,
So
there's literally nothing in this Q&A so far. We'll get back to that in a minute. Let's continue with the Iran deal, and then once the media has some fucking questions that he's answering, then we'll get to it, okay?
Back. He's always said he doesn't like war, but he also feels sometimes that it's necessary. It's that peace through strength mantra that he says that he is delivering on, and this would be further evidence of that.
Kimberly, it just seems like we hear something from the U.S. president every couple of days that a deal is imminent, and so far this deal hasn't materialized at all. I think it was just a couple of days ago where he said there were no sticking points left at all. I mean, do we have an idea of, clearly there were sticking points, of what those were and why it has taken so long, given the president insists they are so close, to get to this point, assuming that we actually do have a deal?
The U.S. president is very much a cheerleader. He does like to project optimism. And so there's no question that this is a deal that is close, but getting it across the finish line seems to be the biggest challenge. And so as a result, the U.S. president continues to effort that, but at the same time is once again threatening strikes that he has now just called off, something that we've seen him do before in order to try and get the concessions that he wants. Now, in terms of the rhetoric, well, Donald Trump is known to use bombastic language. Well, behind the scenes, there are teams that are quietly working, trying to work out those details of a potential agreement. But again, as you point out, we've heard this before. We've heard that an agreement is imminent, only for it not to materialize. And so the bottom line is that the devil is always in the details, which have appeared to be elusive in terms of getting this Iran agreement thus far.
Seems exactly right. All right, Kimberly Halkett, stay with us for a second. Let's go to El-Migdad El-Rahaid. He's in Tehran.
Israeli officials denying it? I mean, that doesn't mean anything either. Again, a senior Israeli official tells Channel 12 that they're not aware of any agreement, but they don't need to know. They're not on a need-to-know basis. If Trump actually secures a final deal, I'm sure the Israelis won't know about it until the ink is drying, and they'll freak the fuck out about it, and they'll ruin it, which is precisely the reason why I tell you that the only thing to pay attention to is troop positions, okay? Like, where are the naval assets? Which direction are they heading? And not only that, but also, how much are they complaining? Hassan supports terrorism, says this guy, Mariah Joe, who is live right now, which is interesting. I do not support the Israeli state. So, no. And I don't support when the American state does acts of terrorism against the Iranian civilian infrastructure, for example. So, you're wrong. Yes, yes, offensive realism. No, I'm just telling it like it is. It's not even offensive realism. It's just until America withdraws from the fucking region, none of these words mean anything. Okay? Until America starts moving away from the region. Not like broadly withdrawing from their bases or anything like that. I'm just simply saying in this iteration of the conflict, until naval assets start moving in the opposite direction, it's meaningless.
So obviously, Al-Migdad, we have heard a lot of threats, a lot of posturing from the Iranians. It may be too early to have any response here, but I mean, how out of the blue does this seem based on what the Iranians have been saying?
Well, actually, it's not the first time from President of the United States, Donald Trump, made such an important line, changing the rhetoric, changing the narrative in terms of diplomacy and also in terms of militarily. He just said that he canceled all airstrikes and targeting bases here in the region, especially in southern of Iran. And from what we understand, for the couple of days, the message coming out of Tehran is that this type of contradictory, this type of changing in position is not acceptable for Iranian. Just yesterday, we have listened from, we have these lines from Ismail Baqai, the spokesperson of Foreign Ministry in the sideline of local event. He said that the United States is undermining the process through a contradictory message, frequent shifts in its positions and demand, as well as repeated violation of the ceasefire. This is a kind of response from the Iranian Foreign Ministry a couple of weeks ago. Actually, have been received here repeatedly such a kind of message. But at the same time, we know that there is a diplomatic effort, a flurry actually of diplomatic effort behind the scene. We have seen regional actor trying to bridging the gap between both sides. Everything is expected right now in such a moment, because we do know that both sides they do not want to go with the war for the latest actually escalatory ladder. At the same time, in terms of diplomacy, they are not closing the door for Iranian, are not walking away from diplomatic door. This is also just we have seen yesterday a couple of hours ago also from the Iranian officials here speaking about that they are not walking away from diplomatic door. But at the same time, changing in language, changing on positions, it's kind of give us a non-clear sense. It's actually ambiguity of types of diplomatic efforts. So at the same time, we are just waiting for Iranian to respond to such a kind of language from President Donald Trump. At the same time, we know the positions for them. They are demanding declare for ending the war in all fronts, regarding the Strait of Hormuz, regarding the situation of naval blockade, and also the situation in southern Lebanon. All these fronts are connected to each other for Iranian positions. And also after that, they are speaking about 60 days of implementing such a ceasefire, such an agreement in the ground. After that, they can open much complex files, which is nuclear file, and also demanding at the same time demanding an immediate release of frozen assets. We've seen frozen assets and frozen Iranian assets abroad, and also that sanctions is hurting Iranian right now. That pressure of naval blockade, adding to that the sanctions for decades right now, they are demanding an immediate release of Iranian frozen assets abroad. At the same time, they are open to negotiate, and we have seen a lot of message coming from chief commanders of the IRGC and the top commanders from Iranian retaliatory ladders in the region.
Prices are going up at the fastest pace in 3 years, the Iran war driving the inflation rate to 4.2%. President Trump said this when asked if he's concerned about the number.
No, I love it. The numbers look great. You know what I really love? I love the inflation.
Democrats pouncing. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer reposting Trump's comment, writing, "Trump really said, 'I love the inflation' on camera." The president later trying to play cleanup, telling the New York Post he was referring to what inflation numbers will be after the war ends, adding he was happy this month's report didn't show even higher numbers. The typical American household has now spent $510 extra in fuel expenses since the start of the war at the end of February. Families paying $294 extra per month for the same goods and services compared to last year.
Prices going up in the grocery store, gas prices, soaring.
Groceries are up 2.7% in 1 year. Coffee surging 20%. Ground beef up 13%, while a carton of eggs is down 51%.
Where do you see prices going up in your budget day to day?
Groceries, for sure. Gas.
Here in Indianapolis, we meet Hannah Cooper filling up her SUV. She tells us she and her husband are cutting back.
I have to think more about, if I want to save this much, I have to actively think about spending less, which didn't used to be the case.
What's making it harder to absorb these extra costs is that Americans' average wage increases are no longer keeping up with inflation. Paychecks, on average, are up 3.4% over the past year. That inflation rate is up 4.2%, George.
Okay, Elizabeth, thanks very much.
I just heard about the H3 versus iDubbbz defamation lawsuit and spent the last 3 or so hours learning about it and getting into the nitty-gritty, figuring out all the bits and pieces and getting all the morsels of information I could find to really put the nipple clamps on it and figure out what.
Oh boy. Jesus Christ. Oh boy. Hasanabi save us? No, I mean, Moist critical. Law, who the fuck is this? This is the god of normies. Lol, Charlie, there's so much ass covering in this video because of you and others. Is it? Is that the case? I don't know. I haven't seen it, but Moist Critical has officially taken to the H3 versus iDubbbz lawsuit. Now, you guys already know some of the details. Ethan Klein, H3, former fair use precedent setting. Ethan Klein, former podcast co-host of mine, who's been on a tear. Basically trying to wrap up all of the people that he feels he's been wronged by with frivolous lawsuits as a vexatious litigant, has done it again. He's done a whole video, or he has launched another lawsuit, this time against iDubbbz, former friend of Ethan Klein as well, because iDubbbz posted a statement that was allegedly defamatory of Ethan Klein, a statement not from iDubbbz, mind you, a statement from Destiny, Sex Pestiny, who once alleged that Ethan had molested his own children and that Child Protective Services should be called to his home. Now, I don't know what attitude he takes in this situation, in this circumstance. I expect, given the prestige that Ethan Klein in the past had, a lot of, strong relationships with a lot of OG YouTube legends. He was perceived as a YouTube legend for the longest time as well. So I suspect that, this won't be super critical. I assume that there's a reason why a lot of top YouTube content creators have not touched this. Even though Ethan was already doing this with the DMCA suits that he launched towards Frogan, towards Denims, which she's about to lose, as a matter of fact, and also towards Casey Tron as well. And it was actually really interesting that a lot of YouTubers that normally would have been collectively very critical of Ethan launching these frivolous lawsuits and turning litigation into content and potentially even overwriting the previous precedent that he himself fought for, they were nowhere to be found. And I think part of that is because the people that Ethan had chosen to attack were unpopular. That's just the reality of the matter. They're unpopular on the internet. I myself am one of those figures. In the drama sphere, in the drama ecosystem, there are established enemies that unite all of the reactionary bases and also even the centrist accounts. And we are those people, okay? So I don't know if Charlie took a... I don't know what kind of stance Charlie took in this, in this piece that he did, but I do find it odd that they didn't cover the Denims lawsuit. I do find it odd that they didn't cover the other instances of litigation. But let's see what he had to say. Sure, we'll watch the Anthony Fantano one too. This loser has lost his lawsuit. Oh, that's just about the Denims one. The fuck? What is happening?
I just heard about the H3 versus iDubbbz defamation lawsuit and spent the last 3 or so hours.
Charlie hates you, Loki. He doesn't. I've talked to him behind the scenes post Kayagate, and I don't think he hates me. Charlie reached out to Harley and not iDubbbz at all. I don't think that's the case.
Learning about it and getting into the nitty gritty, figuring out all the bits and pieces and getting all the morsels of information I could find to really put the nipple clamps on it and figure out what all the hoopla is. And it is a real thing. The pugilistic legal paperwork has been filed against iDubbbz, so now they're going to duke it out, not with knuckle sandwiches, but with extremely expensive litigation. Offer it before I even get into the spaghetti and meatballs of the actual story here. There is just something that pets my peeves. There is something that grinds my gears, greases my cheeks so much I can't resist yapping about it briefly. When I was in the trenches digging around for information about...
Why are we defending a man who does not defend you? I'm not in the business of transactional analysis. That would make me no better than others who I oppose. If he gives a fair shake... I haven't seen this yet. I don't know if he gives Ethan a fair shake here. I think it's virtually impossible for Moist Critical to take a position that isn't in opposition of this frivolous lawsuit, though, regardless of how much people fucking despise iDubbbz on the internet, regardless of how much people despise myself and Morgan and all these other people on the internet. Yeah. So
I'm seeing people say that I refuse to cover these kind of things for a variety of different reasons. I'm ignoring it, this and that. I don't know how many more times I need to say this. I am just really not online that much these days. The only streams I watch are like the Summer Games Fest and like events like that, but I don't watch streams. I don't watch a lot of YouTube, and I don't go on Twitter, like, at all. I still have Twitter because I send and reply to DMs through there sometimes for like events, like Tyler won's League of Legends tournament. I heard from him on Twitter DM, so I have it for reasons like that. But I don't like do.
You should be eating food for this, no? Okay, guys, dial back to parasocialism.
Boom scroll Twitter and see a bunch of things anymore. Look at the last tweet I made. So like I don't see a lot of these things that are going on anymore. But for some reason, everyone jumps to, he must be ignoring it. He's got to be ignoring it. We can really tell a lot about this guy from the things he refuses to cover. I just don't see them. The things I do hear about come from my friends sending them to me, or when I stream chat telling me about them, putting them on my radar. But if neither of those two avenues show it to me or tell me about it, I just never hear about it. And I'm not even a fucking streamer anymore, not full time. I'm like a semi-retired streamer. I stream sometimes. I mean, sometimes I'll stream like 3-4 days in a row. But basically what I do now is I just play like old school games, like a lot of retro games or a lot of Steam cum dumpster games, like actual trash. So like I'm not even really a streamer, so I don't even see a lot of that either. So like it's not me avoiding certain things for a nefarious reason. I just literally don't ever hear about it, so I never learn about it. Now, there is some stories that I do hear about and get really invested in, like Bricks and Minifigs versus Reckless Ben. I've been very glued to that one, had my finger on the pulse of. But that was something I was put on my radar by friends and stream chat. So genuinely, I am just not online that much, so I don't see a lot of it. So with that out of the way, I did spend like the last 3 hours learning about this defamation lawsuit between H3 and iDubbbz because that did sound pretty concerning. Because there's always been like an unwritten rule on the internet, not just YouTube, where if there's beef online, it stays online. And you handle it online without, going over that threshold, the event horizon of trying to use litigation to silence your opponent or something like that. That had always been etched in the stone tablets, the fucking 10 commandments of online discourse.
True.
And now all of a sudden, I'm hearing about H3 suing iDubbbz for defamation. So obviously I wanted to hear more about that. And after diving in, hitting that cannonball into the pool, I learned he has a lot of active lawsuits. I think it's 5, maybe 6 against other streamers and YouTubers. So it's a bit of a rampage he's been on. I knew about one before all this, which was against the snark community. That I did hear about. And that one...
Snark community.
Made a lot of sense to me, actually. The snark community, from what I recall, was doing some diabolical, like...
Yeah, this is like... Look, listen. Are there annoying fucking people on the internet that are up people's asses all the goddamn time? Absolutely. Okay? Ethan Klein operates a fucking snark community against myself. I don't think any of Ethan Klein's lawsuits are even in any way, shape, or form remotely defensible. He has obviously postured it and positioned it in a way where it comes across as defensible to other content creators by claiming a litany of different insane things that he claims were happening because people were gang stalking him and I don't know, like going after his family and like sending CPS and sending skulls to his house or whatever. Okay. I don't know the veracity of these claims, but I do know one thing. He has used that as a fucking counter to every single goddamn thing. He stubs his motherfucking toe. He goes, oh, it's the snark community, which, by the way, he says I'm a part of. All of the people that he has actively sued, he has claimed were responsible without any evidence whatsoever for fucking sending child protective services to his house, to sending skulls to his house. Like, it's an incredible fucking method. Meanwhile, I'm literally being fucking prosecuted by the goddamn federal government, allegedly, and these guys are celebrating that decision, and at no point did I ever turn around and say, oh, Ethan Klein is the reason why I have a fucking subpoena from the government. Okay? It's ridiculous. Just because they even celebrate that decision by the federal government, which they have openly, which is also disgusting, doesn't mean that they had anything to fucking do with it. But it's ridiculous to be like, yeah, I'm suing anonymous Redditors on the internet because I believe that they're coordinating like a mass harassment campaign against me. And therefore, like, in order for a lot of these people to understand, yeah, he is a snarker of mine. He is, which is, whatever. It is what it is. But in order for a lot of these people who have been in support of these decisions, in support of Ethan's vexatious litigant status, in order for them to come to terms with how frivolous these lawsuits are, I should probably start doing the exact same thing so they can fucking be on board with the opposition. All of a sudden, they'll probably understand. Can you imagine if I were going after random anonymous accounts over and over again, trying to create this fucking conspiracy, claiming that they were the reasons why, they were responsible for why, I was getting pursued by the fucking federal government. Oh, I got banned by the United Kingdom because of Ethan Klein and anonymous Redditors. Can you imagine if I tried to fucking launch lawsuits against anonymous Redditors and try to dox them, going after Reddit mods, and then on top of that, going after all of these people that have done like 1 million articles, 1 million YouTube videos on me? In many instances, genuinely actually slandering me too, defaming me actively. Claiming I offer material support to terrorist groups. Material support for terrorism is a literal crime. You are definitionally slandering me and claiming that I'm engaging in a literal fucking crime. If I were to go after every single fucking YouTuber, half of the YouTube commentary sphere would receive lawsuits. Okay? And then they would be reminded of how fucked up and ridiculous this is, because then they would make videos about how silly it is to go after people, to go after fucking people that are critical of you, that are holding you accountable. I mean, I fucking jokingly referenced suing more Pegasus, and every single one of these people that had made YouTube videos about, every single one of these people that had defended Ethan Klein's ridiculous fucking lawsuits, claiming that it was actually the utmost, claiming that these lawsuits were like unironically maintaining the integrity of the commentary sphere, not realizing that if those lawsuits were actually pursued, that there would be a new precedent that would destroy fair use. Guess what? Guess what? Even when I jokingly fucking referenced it, every single one of those people that were in defense of Ethan's lawsuits turned around and started fucking railing on me, saying, oh my God, Hasan can't take criticism at all. Maybe it's not a joke. Yeah, it's not a joke. I maintain the position that maybe more Pegasus is not, maybe he might be receiving a lawsuit or legal action sometime soon. But like, my point is this. Ethan actually did sue people, okay? As Charlie here is openly recognizing. He did. He actually sued, and he even destroyed the livelihoods of Casey Tron, and even got a default on the Morgan case as well. All of those cases were fucking frivolous. But the people that he was litigating, the people that he was suing, did not have the financial backing to pursue a long and costly litigation process. So they had to fucking default, or they had to actually concede to the unbelievable demands that he was making. Demands such as an ISIS hostage style video that he forced Casey Tron to fucking read. That those very same people turned around and fucking claimed, the very same people in the commentary sphere claimed was valid, claimed was awesome. He's accused multiple people of CPS. He said different streamers, Redditors, and chatters have all sent CPS to his house without any proof, apparently. You literally ask him if he has any proof. The snark community sent CPS, and he said, no, I have never said that. Yeah. Remember that shit? Remember when I talked to him in person in that fucking disastrous, I guess you could call it a debate if you want to call it that, where I was like, what proof, what evidence do you have that like myself and all these other people have actually sent child protective services to your house? Like, where is this coming from? Because he was claiming everyone and their mothers was responsible for calling child protective services. I didn't even know that shit was happening, and they were saying I was responsible for it. He genuinely, sincerely, in the most like schizophrenic way, thinks that there is a network, a coalition of people that are in constant collaboration with one another that's like actively trying to ruin his life. Not realizing that there is a coalition of people that are actively ruining his life. It's just that those people are in support of Ethan Klein, or at least seemingly in support of Ethan Klein, using him and his financial status to pursue people that they don't like on the internet, to constantly goad him into litigation after litigation, telling him that he's doing the right thing over and over again, telling him that he actually should pursue these fucking people and bury them in financial troubles through costly litigation. Those are the people who are actively going into his community, acting as though they're lifelong fans, and using him like a fucking lol-cal weapon. But of course, it's impossible to get him to understand this because he's far too paranoid at this point.
Harassing, stalking stuff, sending CPS. I remember that, and like Human Skulls. Those things I recalled from like the snark community. So it made sense that he would pursue litigation there, because that is highly illegal fucking psychopath behavior. So that one I remember, and that one made sense.
Like, I don't even disagree with the premise if there was any veracity to these claims. Okay? If there was any proof of like coordinated messaging where people were just like, yes, let's go, let's send fucking child protective services to his house, then yeah, it's valid. The problem is none of his lawsuits have anything to do with that. None of his lawsuits have anything to do with that at all. He really thinks he's going to fucking crack this case. He thinks there's like all these people on the internet are all out to get him, and they're trying to fucking actively ruin his life, not realizing that the only person ruining Ethan Klein's life is Ethan Klein. Okay? His paranoia is the reason why people don't fuck with him anymore. And the frivolous lawsuits that he's launched against his opposition is part of the reason why people don't fuck with him anymore. His opinions on Israel is part of the reason why people don't fuck with him anymore. He was accusing everyone of CPS. Only when Denham said he's suing him, he retracted.
I want to address something from Denham's correction demand in her letter. The letter claims I falsely stated that Denham's herself filed the preceding CPS report, or that Denham's caused others to do so. The letter also states on March 11th, I acknowledged Denham's had denounced herself or anyone in her community making contact with CPS. Let me be clear. I have never claimed that Denham's called CPS. I have never implied that Denham's called CPS. If my statements were interpreted as stating this, I want to correct the record and make it clear that I do not believe that Denham's called CPS. Obviously, moronic, idiotic, stupid. Let me also address the point in the letter that I claimed Denham caused others to call CPS. I did not state, and I do not believe Denham's made a direct call to action to her audience to contact CPS, obviously.
Yeah, this is lawyer speak because he got hit.
Right?
He got hit with a CND, I assume, under threat of a lawsuit while appearing to read a letter from his lawyer. Ethan Klein attempts to formally retract 3 defamatory claims against Denham's. Ethan admits Denham's didn't call CPS, didn't denounce those that called CPS, never made a call to action for another to call CPS. Okay? Except he literally did do that, for the record. Okay? He did. And when he says like, oh, I'm doing this as I'm waging this just war against snark, that's what he's referencing. And a lot of people have deluded themselves into believing that that is the truth. That like all of these people that Ethan Oh, no, he has. Oh, I thought you're calling Ethan a punk ass bitch. Okay. It is ridiculous.
Sense to me. But when
yes, he has a lot of money from being one of the OG major YouTubers and also having at the time very successful clothing brand at the peak of YouTube, at the peak of like when YouTubers were basically fucking printing money, and he is literally just using that war chest to dunk on like 100 concurrent Twitch streamers, man. It's fucking ridiculous. It's like totally ridiculous. A powerful court turning around and using the money cannon against those who he does not like. It's a classic story. YouTube has many evil villains like this, but because the overwhelming majority of the fucking commentary sphere, don't like the YouTubers that Ethan is pursuing, they have literally openly supported his actions. Unbelievable.
Talking about these other ones, granted, I haven't dove too deep into all of those because this is clearly a lot. I was mainly focused on the defamation one, but man, Ethan Klein has become like the Nintendo of YouTubers. He is extraordinarily litigious. Anyway, enough blabbering. What started this defamation lawsuit was this iDubbbz stream.
Okay, this is my watermark for the stream. I don't want any of my content being stolen. Got another Kalshi ad? I'm sorry, Fazium. We're all getting Kalshi ads these days. It's okay. So I do want to say I don't agree with what's being said in this comment here. But I'm putting it on screen because I think it should be addressed because it's a big, bold accusation that's very fucked up.
It is very fucked up. And
yeah, it's like very clear what iDubbbz is doing. It's twofold. One, at that point, Ethan was just like constantly clipping his fucking streams to like, dunk on him. So he thought that this would be a defensive shield against Ethan most likely clipping his streams. And two, it is a fucking defamatory statement. It's a ridiculously defamatory statement. And yet Ethan was not even remotely invested in addressing that defamatory statement at all, and instead did the unthinkable and went after iDubbbz for literally disavowing the defamatory statement. He literally said she did CPS with timestamp.
Attention.
Bro, you were so smug. She did CPS. Remember that? Okay, good.
Right now, one's a little bit more.
Yeah, that was his fucking rallying cry for the longest time. She did CPS. He did CPS. They all did CPS. Everybody and their mothers. Everybody that has ever criticized Ethan Klein has been responsible for calling Child Protective Services on his children. It's fucking ridiculous.
It's despicable that he would think it's a good idea to post that there while knowingly aware that it's not true. So the message isn't Ian's. This comes from Destiny, and he found this screenshot and he kept it on screen for a very long time. And he said he didn't agree with it, but thinks it needs to be addressed because it's so fucked up. It is a terrible stream. Just giving it to you real blunt, real raw. It is no good. And I'm no stranger to getting shit-talked by iDubbbz. He has said some very nasty, very untrue things about me on his broadcast as well. But what is being reported in regards to this stream isn't exactly telling the whole story.
Wait, what? Wait, what the fuck? I don't even know what iDubbbz has said about Charlie, but that's crazy, bro.
When I first
what?
Real blunt, real stuff, and he's this true. So the message isn't Ian's. This comes from Destiny, and he found this.
Yeah, why is Ethan not suing Destiny? That's a real question. I think we all know why. Partially because Ethan is aligned with Destiny. Ethan has been utilizing the Destiny community to launch attacks against his fucking enemies on the internet. They're aligned together on the issue of Israel. That's another huge deal. Okay, that's another big part of the fucking puzzle here. That's it. Sometimes it's a lot simpler than you think. This story is very simple. That was a brief moment where they were fighting one another. Okay? I think it was because Ethan had implied that Destiny was a pedophile because he's going through that court case right now where it came out that he was trying to procure child sexual abuse material from an underage, from a minor, in exchange for revenge porn that he was sending out to people without the consent of the other parties involved. He's still actively in that court case because he's getting sued by the victims who he distributed the sex videos of, right? And Ethan was obviously fucking shitting on him over it. And in exchange for that, Destiny did what Destiny always does. He turned on one of his collaborators, Ethan, in this circumstance, even though literally his co-host of his podcast, Dan Saltman, again, another person who is unbelievably pro-Israel, or at least utilizing the pro-Israel advocacy as a way to take care of his enemies, is a funder, is one of the last remaining sponsors of Ethan Klein's podcast.
Screenshot, and he kept it on screen for a very long time. And he said he didn't agree with it, but thinks it needs to be addressed because it's so fucked up. It is a terrible stream. Just giving it to you real blunt, real raw. It is no good. And I'm no stranger to getting shit-talked by iDubbbz. He has said some very nasty, very untrue things about me on his broadcast as well. But what is being reported in regards to this stream isn't exactly telling the whole story. Now, when I first heard of this lawsuit, I was reading a bunch about it, but I wanted more information, like, directly associated with it to make sure I wasn't getting, like, fraudulent or misleading shit fed to me. So I reached out to someone whom I know is on the H3 team, and Ethan did hear about that, so he did talk directly about me on his show and challenge me on a few things, and I did eventually get to talk directly with Ethan, and I shared my...
I wish he would have done this to me when he was doing the Kayage story, but hey, you know, that's besides the point at this point. You know, bygones. I let bygones be bygones.
Full perspective on things and the problems I had around it and my concerns, and got his perspective on things to see if there's any misunderstandings and such. Ultimately, I don't think we fully saw eye to eye on this, which You know, that's going to happen. I fully understand that this is a very emotionally charged subject for him after everything him and his family went through with snarkers in particular. I know.
What the fuck does IDubbbz have to do with this shit? Bro, this is literally the most Israel-coded story of all time, dude. It's literally but the snarkers. Snarkers have become the but Hamas of Ethan's universe. Okay? Oh, sorry. We're just going to fucking do, we're going to do a 8-front war. Or in this circumstance, a 5-front legal war with anyone and everyone around us. Because snarkers call CPS on us. Like, what do you mean? What the fuck does that have to do with anybody else?
That the CPS and the human skulls incident are like a legitimately traumatizing thing, like the fraudulent CPS call. Like, I get how inexcusable and abhorrent that is. I really do.
Yeah, imagine if you got the Hasan treatment, commentary, community, Reddit, mainstream media, politicians. We are babying this 40-year-old multimillionaire with potentially upwards of $100 million in his fucking bank account that he's using to legally go after much smaller channels with no fucking financial backing whatsoever. Because CPS. Like, it just doesn't make any fucking sense. It's crazy, man. What is this like this babying that this guy, how many lawsuits is he allowed to have under his belt until people go, okay, maybe this is a bridge too far? Like, how many random people that he is annoyed with on the internet that he is just like trying to bury under a mountain of paperwork with costly litigation until people go, you know, maybe that's not appropriate. Only Diaz said to call CPS, by the way. Yeah. Yeah, the only person, ironically enough, out of all these people that Ethan Klein is suing, that has actually openly defended calling CPS on Ethan Klein's children is Sex Pestany.
I hope CPS takes his kids. I'll say it. I do. And I hope they cry about it. And then CPS come for my kid. And then CPS can take Dan's kids. You know what? All of our children at the end of the day will just be fostered by Child Protective Services. Okay? And that'll just be... And then we can all relieve ourselves. He's just going to be a rehash of every other fucking video made. God, it's so crazy how this fucking retard, as he's spamming on Instagram and coughing and dying of whatever diseases he has, is telling me like, oh, Destiny, I used to like you so much and you need help and blah, blah, blah. It's like the exact shit that Hasan was doing to him. Good me.
Destiny video couldn't be complete without random Hasan mention, of course.
But I just truly don't believe that this lawsuit is in any way, shape, or form helpful to anyone outside of the lawyers. They're fucking smiling ear to ear. They're salivating right now, literally drooling with a bib on. But it's harmful to, I think, literally everyone involved and does have potential ramifications for others way outside of it. I have never and will never be a fan of extreme litigation, and I have always been vocally advocating against creators going that nuclear path, and I always will. Of course, there are cases where it is understandable. Like I said, going after the snarkers that sent a fraudulent CPS thing through and the skulls and stuff, that one I do understand.
Bro, but what does that have to do with IDubbbz? I mean, where is the veracity or where is the fucking genuine proof that there is, again, a network of like anonymous accounts that Ethan Klein has targeted and identified as being responsible for calling Child Protective Services on him? I don't even think there is any proof whatsoever. Ethan certainly doesn't have that. I don't know why he keeps bringing this up as though it has anything to do with IDubbbz anyway.
But this one, I could never support that. And I just can't see the real just cause behind it. And I think it is a terrible example for other creators in the space to follow where maybe they believe that even though this is about like a Canadian defamation lawsuit, well, maybe they can try their luck in the States. You know, it's not like defamatory lawsuits are exclusive to Canada. There's better protections here, no doubt, but still, if they take from this that maybe the way to fight battles online is to go the litigious route, well, then it's just a huge mess across the board. I think it is just a...
Yeah, bro, I'm telling you, if you want the entire commentary sphere to finally fucking pay attention to this shit, I know the solution. I have to sue one of my, thousands of fucking insane haters on the internet. That's it. Here's E denying that to you that he never said anything.
That harassment, and you pulled it up on your stream.
Do you have evidence that H3 Snark called CPS on you?
Did I say
like
that?
Random anonymous Redditors?
Did I say that?
Wait, what's the...
I said they're primarily responsible for harassing me.
Who called CPS?
What the fuck? So, I don't know. Did I claim they did? You're dodging, bro. You are absolutely dodging. You claim your community has nothing to do with the harassment, yet you were browsing H3 Snark. Now, let me ask you this, Hasan. How many times...
Yeah. So what's all this lawsuit about? What's all this fucking lawsuit about? I mean, here he is fucking admitting that he has no evidence whatsoever. Should have ended there, right? Seems to me like you got an unfathomably rich guy who's just mad that people have turned on him on the internet. And instead of trying to fucking figure out why that took place and maybe changing his goddamn behavior, he's decided to fucking bury all of the people that have dared to criticize him under costly litigation while simultaneously claiming falsely that they were responsible for child protective services being called to his fucking house. He literally said this about Snark and CPS yesterday. Yeah, I'm not going to read that shit, man. I'm sorry.
A very bad precedent. Even if, the lawsuit doesn't end in a victory for him, this way of engaging with discourse, I think, has always been frowned upon, but for some reason is starting to get some more support behind it, and I just fully disagree with it. I think that this is genuinely just a, big threat across the board to just the entire space. If discourse becomes... fearful of litigation flying back and forth, it's going to stifle a lot of voices and stifle some very legitimate criticism down the line. It's just not something I want to see become commonplace. Now, I did also have a brief conversation with iDubbbz about this as well, letting him know that this really is a horrible thing that he did to try and make his point. And he agreed. He said that it was a legitimately awful thing that he did to make that point, and that
Dog, but the offending party is not even being mentioned here. No one is saying there isn't an offense being made. But it's not iDubbbz that is the offending party. It's Destiny.
It was a genuine, sincere apology that he was issuing and how regretful he was from it. So I did have a conversation with both sides of this to make sure I had a full, clear picture of where everything was and what this was all about.
I don't know how it works in Canada, if the complaint is public or what. But if you look at it, he emphasizes throughout that he does think it's a serious accusation that needs to be investigated and that he doesn't think it's a joke, right? Now, I know...
Yeah. He has no basis for this, by the way. I don't know how ridiculous Canadian defamation laws are. But there is literally no standing. This shit would be laughed out of fucking court in the United States of America. That's why he didn't file this in California. He'd get hit with a slap so fucking fast his face would spin.
People are like, well, why don't you sue Destiny for saying it? Well, Destiny made it immediately. First of all, this is a comment from Destiny, like made in passing. Ian put it on his screen for 2 hours during his main broadcast. Destiny made it clear that he was not being serious, right?
Did he? Did he? Oh, okay then.
Pretty much immediately after writing it. Like nobody was like, yo,
I don't think he
Destiny
did.
made this claim that Ethan molested his children. Oh shit. No, people knew that when Destiny said it was like, he was just being a dickhead. Or, I mean, he was being a giant fucking piece of shit, right? But he immediately afterwards made it clear that he didn't actually think that. But Ian took that, and just because you're showing what someone else said doesn't make it not defamation, because you're showing essentially this accusation bare of context and also kind of saying that you think it's true, right?
Now, after hearing Ethan explain that, I actually made...
Wait, first of all, no, the context of it was that he's pissed off that you were calling him a pedophile. Was Destiny joking here too? Because it wasn't a one-off. Yeah, Destiny's version of kidding, great excuse to be petty pussy to sue somebody else. Yeah, here he is again. Okay, never mind. I take back what I said about Ethan. Maybe he is a pedo. What is this?
It has to tie back to me. And Hassan has had a lot of success in trying to tie people back to me. Like I said, I think this is why I call Ethan a pedophile all the time, who fucks his kids or whatever, is because Ethan gave in, because he's a spineless fucking hack, to this type of attack where he's like, no, I'm not like Destiny. Destiny. He doesn't get me talking about.
Incredible stuff, man. Ethan is lying. Destiny instead admitted actual malice, which is required to sue for defamation of public figures. Yeah. Incredible stuff. Again, it just doesn't make any sense. It's so stupid. It's so unbelievably stupid that even the average person, when they find out the details, go, wait, what the fuck? I'm sorry. Now I'm even more confused. So Destiny saying that Klein molests his kids in passing comment is fine because Destiny said he's kidding, but IDub showing it on screen is bad, despite him explicitly saying that he doesn't agree with it? Doesn't make any sense. It doesn't, because it has nothing to do with making sense and everything to do with the fact that Ethan wants to punish people who have criticized him in the past. That's it, because he's a thin-skinned, narcissistic, multimillionaire who's paranoid as fuck. And it's so funny because of a different reason. Here. You want to know something even crazier? I'll tell you something even crazier. He has to make excuses for Destiny because Destiny's podcast co-host and best friend is a 60-year-old weirdo by the name of Dan Stalkman, who owns the company Redact.dev. Redact.dev is one of the last remaining sponsors of Ethan Klein's company. Dan and Destiny have fucking wrapped Ethan around their goddamn fingers and use him like a fucking fleshlight. So he can't even turn around and shit on them because that's a lifeline for his business. So remember that shit. I mean, come on. This is pretty basic stuff, by the way. Like, I'm sure Charlie didn't know any of this, and no one's going to fucking tell him this shit. But it is like, it's basically just it's basically just requires you to scratch the surface. The idea that there is no, like, financial entanglements between Destiny and Ethan Klein is crazy. There's a direct conflict of interest, which is part of the reason why he can't fucking turn around and sue Destiny. He's too pussy to do that. Sure, he doesn't like Destiny any longer, or maybe Destiny's made inroads with him again by attacking his enemies again like a fucking pit bull. Which was the reason why they were initially aligned with one another. But yeah, it's crazy that there's no principled statement here, and it's all just like coalitions. Fuck. Yeah, there's no principled stance that people are taking here. I mean, I guess Moise is kind of taking a principled stance here, even though he's like hitting the peak of the center of the argument when it's a fucking lopsided, totally one-sided argument, in my opinion. And he will obviously at the end side with iDubbbz because it's totally ridiculous, as he's reiterating over and over again.
The noble sacrifice of going back and watching the entire iDubbbz stream segment with this in it when he was talking about it. Boy, howdy. I'm not a hero. It was brave, but I don't need your flowers. That was agonizing. It was heinous, even. It was brutal. This whole segment where he was talking about that, I think, was really, really rough. But I don't recall at any point throughout it him actually trying to argue that it's a legitimate thing or trying to convince his audience that it's real. So I know one of the big things is that it came from iDubbbz, who has actually met Ethan and his family. So there's like this air of credibility around him saying something like this, but that's just not true. He's not even trying to say anything about it is credible, even outright says that it's not, that he doesn't agree with it. So he's not trying to present it as a real argument based on, any of his experiences knowing Ethan and his family.
Also, I will say that I think Ethan Klein is terrified of this guy. So it's just kind of like legit. It is to me, it's super funny that he has so much smoke for everyone that he thinks he can bully, but the person that he's fucking terrified, he just keeps very overtly running from. And it's like, yeah.
Now, by the way, Ethan is literally suing iDubbbz for that reason, because iDubbbz said the truth there. That's literally it. The two anti-Hasan communities united. Quick reminder that Ian did comply with the cease and desist, and the only reason Ethan isn't going after Destiny, who actually wrote the comment, is because he doesn't want to lose the only community that's still supporting his anti-Hasan slop content. 100%.
While Ethan is 100% correct that iDubbbz says that this is a big allegation that Ethan should be addressing, he's not doing it earnestly, or at least I don't think he was. It's actually really kind of hard to tell. The whole segment was fucking awful, and the point he was trying to make was really dog shittily done. But what he's trying to say is that clip right there at the end where...
It's so funny because Destiny has literally operated, we know, Destiny has literally operated alongside Dan Stalkman, Ethan Klein's biggest sponsor, a mass harassment Discord server where they doxed my whole family. We know this. I've shown this on stream before. So like everything that Moist Critical is claiming Ethan is actually pursuing litigation over, I have direct evidence that these fucking dickheads were doing. We also know, and it's been written about in fucking Bloomberg, that Dan Stalkman tried to destroy all ads on Twitch in an effort to try and get me banned. Okay? So the level of coordinated, sophisticated smear campaigns reached a level of actual financial penalties, right? Where they lied, where they straight up fucking lied to thousands of advertisers about how their ads were running next to my fucking stream, and they lied about what I was saying on those streams. Like, it's incredible how they lied to them about how the platform had banned, Twitch, the platform, had actually banned all Israelis from the platform. That was a direct lie, by the way. That was Straight up a lie. And when Dan Saltman realized that he had mass blasted thousands and thousands of emails directly to sponsors, directly to major advertisers on the platform, lying to them, you know what he said? Oh, well, I guess we'll delete the VOD where I recognize this. I guess we'll delete the VOD where, I admit to doing this. Yeah, that's not what happened at all. Wait, really? What do you mean that's not what happened at all? Not only did I cover it, but there's video evidence. Who the fuck is calling me right now? Jesus Christ. Hold on.
Destiny said this extremely outrageous, outlandish, disgusting thing about Ethan, and yet Ethan doesn't have smoke for him, but he does for the other people that he's gone after through lawsuits. I'm pretty sure that's the point he was trying to make by putting that on screen. Like, look, Destiny has said something absolutely...
Wait, what do you mean you're pretty sure that's literally the clip that you clipped? That is the point he's making.
...despicable, yet you don't have that same energy for him as you do for the others. Unless I've blanked out and like erased moments from my memory from this segment, I don't recall him saying that this is like a serious thing he believes in and is presenting it as such. Like about Ethan is this, and this is a real allegation that really has a lot of water to it. Now, this doesn't change the fact that what iDubbbz did here is completely awful. To try and make this point using that kind of comment with something as monstrously evil as that is just so fucking low.
I disagree.
It is. But I don't believe that's how Ethan is necessarily...
I disagree. I 100% disagree. I don't think so. I think this is just moral posturing. What do you mean? iDubbbz is not in agreement with the comment whatsoever. I think it's perfectly valid to use such a severely defamatory statement like that one, which ironically enough, Destiny has made about me as well. Because he's a fucking psycho. If you are a litigious person, you should apply that litigious nature to the actual offending party rather than whoever you actually want to punish. And punish financially. Not because you're going to be able to win that court case. Not about victory in this circumstance. It's about just, costly litigation. Burying people under a mountain of paperwork.
Explaining it to everyone, where iDubbbz is really, believing in this. iDubbbz came over to my house. He met my family. Now he's going out there saying these things.
Like, if Charlie knew half the gross shit Ethan motherfucking Klein has said about Ian and Anissa, I don't think he'd be doing this. Ethan Klein directly has stalked and mass harassed iDubbbz and Anissa. Directly. For months on end. This litigation is an extension of that project. Ethan Klein has also called people that he doesn't like Nazis. Photoshop photos on his Instagram stories to imply that they're Nazis. He's done it to me too. He has called people that he does not like pedophiles, including Dan Clancy, the CEO of Twitch. Yeah. Here it is.
He's extremely scummy because he did meet his kids and everything, and now he's putting a comment out there like that. That is very scummy. but he's not using it to try and make this claim that Ethan is those things. He's trying to use that to show that...
Dude, who's the scumbag here? Is it fucking iDubbbz? Or is it the guy who's been harassing iDubbbz and Anissa for fucking months? I'm sorry, dude. Come on, Charlie. I know everybody fucking hates Ian and myself and Morgan and Casey Tron on the internet, okay? But come on, dude. I mean, he's taken stronger stances in the past, defending trans people. He's taken stronger stances in the past, criticizing Israel. I guess in the commentary sphere, being even in any way, shape, or form remotely in defense of the truth, which happens to side with iDubbbz or happens to side with Denims, is worse than all of those things combined. But it's crazy. I don't know. Maybe this is a sincere opinion. I'm willing to be charitable, and I'm willing to be charitable and assume that it's coming from a place of him not like fully researching this stuff. But it seems like he's researched it extensively on one side. So he has tremendous amount of insight into, the grievances that Ethan Klein has experienced or claims to have experienced, even though it doesn't fucking tie back. So even after hearing Ethan's side, he still doesn't side with Ethan. So that in and of itself should show you how unbalanced this whole predicament is. Yeah, remember when he got caught at a fucking poker tournament, zooming in on a picture of Anissa and then screenshotting it and saving it?
Congratulations to the Ecklers.
We're ready for either
baby
one.
number one.
Oh, everything's neutral.
God, yeah.
Got both names ready. Yeah. Yep.
Congratulations to the Ecklers.
We're ready for either
baby
one.
number one.
Oh, everything's neutral.
God, yeah.
Got both names ready. Yeah. Yep.
That's so fucking funny.
Destiny has said something so fucking terrible, yet you are not approaching him with the same energy you have everybody else. That is the point he was trying to make, I think, throughout that segment, at least from everything that I saw when watching it. Granted, it was very hard to sit through, but I'm pretty sure that's what he was trying to get at with that there. But I think that was a terrible way of going about it. Now, Ethan also addresses why he's not suing Destiny as well, and he's saying because Destiny cleared up that he wasn't being serious right away. I don't understand that. I'm not going to lie. That's not making sense to me. Can't wrap my noodle around it. It's not computing. I think it is a
That's a lie, by the way. That's a lie. He never cleared it up. He never literally... He might have now... but at the time, he certainly was very pissed off, and he's a very vindictive person, and he fucking lies about people all the goddamn time. So no, at the time... he kept doubling down, tripling down. Yeah, here's another fucking post about Ethan making a disgusting sexual comment about iDubbbz and Anissa. I mean,
being loser behavior.
He has a fucking litany of shit like this. That's why I'm saying, like, oh, iDubbbz is a scumbag is a crazy thing to say. iDubbbz is a scumbag for showing someone else's defamatory claims in an effort to draw home a point that Ethan will never go after them because he's financially involved with that group and also ideologically involved with that group because he uses, or he thinks he uses, Destiny's community as a cyber stalking operation to harass his fucking internet enemies, is literally the point that iDubbbz is making. What he's doing there is nowhere near as bad as like half the shit that Ethan says on a daily fucking basis about Ian and about Anissa. Here is one of them.
What a dumbass. Can't believe I felt bad for you. By the way, Anissa reached out. She wants to meet at the Motel 6 tonight at 11.
Excuse me?
Because I'm going to fuck him for her? Because she's the cuck? No good?
Okay, Ian?
Him.
Right.
Anissa reached out to me
You know, the first time that you made the Anissa the cuck joke, it hit really good.
Well,
and
what
I feel like each subsequent one, we're getting further and further.
What was wrong with?
I like that as soon as I started talking about fucking Ethan and you know all this other shit going on, immediately the fucking weirdo Destiny fans come in here to be like, "Damn Hamas," calling me Hamas and then saying I got fat. Nice, what's good? Thanks, guys. That'll do it this time.
The one with that, I thought that
it just sounded weird. Kind of creepy.
Yeah. Here's Dean Saltman reading the Bloomberg article and finding out Saltman did in fact lie about those emails. Here it is.
The thing is, I sent this to the editor, and I said this was incorrect, and that I've never said this.
Okay. You're sure that your emails don't have the...
Yes.
You sure?
Yes. You can go to the site and click the button.
This is from the Bloomberg article talking about their sophisticated troll ops, their sophisticated operation to fucking slander, smear me, and also smear and defame the platform of Twitch with actual fake statements that they mass distributed to thousands of advertiser emails. Okay, in an effort to try to get advertisers to pull out from the platform Twitch. They went and mass distributed lies that they openly acknowledge in this video. The reason why I'm bringing this up is because these guys also financially support Ethan. Dan Stockman owns the company Redact.dev. It's a major sponsor, one of the last remaining sponsors of Ethan Klein's podcast. There's a reason. If you were wondering why Ethan doesn't sue Destiny for making this defamatory statement, it's because he's fucking terrified of losing his last remaining ally, his last remaining ideological ally that he can use against his enemies. It's a mutually beneficial relationship that they have where they mass stalk and do all of the things that Ethan claims is being done to him, to others that he has declared enemies.
Been the same. Why would I ever say that they suspended Israeli users? I know that's not true. No one would ever say that.
Yeah, except you did. You knowingly lied about it.
So what they're saying right here, I feel like it's just slander, right? Well, no, libel. Libel is written. I've never said this, and they're saying that I have said this. You're furiously tapping over there.
I'm just checking the email. Double checking.
I did. Listen, I sent an email to the editor, and I said I demanded a retraction or a correction on it. If they don't, fuck it. I will sue them.
Oh, no, wait, hold on.
What's that? Chicken Big Mac.
Forget it. Delete this part of the bud.
Okay. Why?
Because your fucking dumb email does say that.
No way.
Even more troubling, Twitch previously suspended all Israeli accounts for a year without public acknowledgement or explanation.
Suspended creation. All right, well, never mind then. All right, we'll just trim that part out of the VOD.
Yeah. Thousands of advertisers received that email where these guys openly and knowingly fucking lied to them. Okay? About a multi-million dollar platform. Again, this was in an attempt to trigger the adpocalypse, something that YouTube content creators like Moist Critical are very intimately familiar with from the time when it took place on YouTube. They hate that sort of thing, or used to hate that sort of thing. They never covered it when the adpocalypse was forcibly triggered, or at least attempted to be forcibly triggered by the likes of Ethan Klein, Sex Pastini, and Dan Saltman. None of them wrote about it. As a matter of fact, when they did cover it, they made it, I feel like the people that did end up covering it actually blamed me for it. Because that was their purpose, right? That was their goal. Their goal was Hasan gets favorable coverage from Twitch. He never gets banned. Here, we'll prove it to you. We'll prove it to you by getting advertisers to pull out of Twitch unless they ban Hasan.
Statement 100%. He's not wrong for feeling like this is a terrible thing that's being said about him. That is a line you don't cross, talking about people's children in a manner like this. It's gross. It is gross. So then why is this defamation lawsuit reserved exclusively for iDubbbz with a nice big bow on it, but not also extended to Destiny, the genesis of that comment? Does that not just prove the point that I believe iDubbbz was trying to make in the first place, which is Destiny, for some reason, can say these atrocious, abhorrent things about Ethan, and for some reason, Ethan doesn't have the same anger towards Destiny as he does someone like iDubbbz. Now, I guess with iDubbbz, you could then say, well, iDubbbz...
I hope I've sufficiently explained to you why he doesn't have that same level of anger towards sex pestiny, towards Epstein.
Actually did meet his children and stuff, so it's an extra level of fucked up, which is fair. I do completely agree. It does add another fucked up rancid layer to this lasagna here, where he did actually know Ethan and his family and would use a comment like that to try and make his statement about like being soft on Destiny or whatever. But I still just don't understand why Ethan is willing to just be like, yeah, but Destiny, cleared up that he wasn't being serious. He was just goofing around. He was just being a dickhead. What? If the reason truly is that Canada's laws around defamation are significantly more lax and thus you have a case in Canada but not the US, then to me that tells me that it's not really a defamation case worth pursuing. And if you're not going after Destiny for these comments, but you will for iDubbbz trying to make a different point about it, again, I want to make it clear. I think the way iDubbbz went about doing this point is fucking atrocious. I don't know how much more clear I can make, but he wasn't trying to argue the legitimacy of the claim or anything like that. It was to show that you're very soft on Destiny, but not others, and used that outrageously gross comment as an example of it. But if you're going after iDubbbz solely because you know you can get a defamation case win because of Canada's laws not being as protective as the US's, that's why you don't go after Destiny, then that to me says that you are just trying to take advantage of those laws, the lax nature of those laws in Canada, to get revenge on someone that has wronged you.
I said from the beginning that if people want to go after my children, then, the rules of engagement have changed forever. And that's what I said then. And when, when Ian broadcast this, I sent him a cease and desist because, there's certain things that you don't say and you don't do and lines you don't cross. And they flaunted it. They didn't take it seriously. And
I totally understand that. If someone is going to cross that line, going after like your children or your family, I get being upset about that. Absolutely. But you're saying that the rules of engagement have changed for everyone but Destiny? Because he is the one that made the comment, and you're like totally just okay with being like, but he cleared up that he wasn't serious. He cleared up he was just being a dickhead. It's just not making sense. And if iDubbbz throughout that stream segment was going on and on about how like actually serious this is and how much he really believes in it, trying to convince his audience that it's true, trying to like lead some kind of like investigation against you, like another CPS visit, like another fraudulent visit from CPS, then I would totally understand pursuing like litigation against that to stop it. Now, but from what I saw in that stream, there was nothing of the sort, and he did outright say that he doesn't believe it and that he was only saying that it should be addressed as a way of pointing to you not wanting to engage with Destiny because you're afraid of Destiny. At least that's how it seemed from all of that garbage I sat through there. I'm pretty sure that's what he was getting at. Now, he does mention a cease and desist here, which they did send a cease and desist to iDubbbz, and it does seem like iDubbbz was fucking filled with jubilation upon receiving it. I've seen a couple of clips where he was like really nonchalant about it, almost seemed kind of happy about it. Maybe he thought it'd be like a big boom of exposure or something. I really don't know who would celebrate something like that. But yeah, it seemed like he wasn't taking it seriously. And he did eventually come out and say like he really regrets doing this segment and like how bad it was, and that he did make like an apology for doing it, thinking he went too far. But it did take a while. And it's worth mentioning that his community, iDubbbz, like his stream chat and like the people watching iDubbbz, were not supportive of his actions with showing that comment and trying to make that point using something so heinous. It's not like his audience was eating it up and really celebrating what he did here. His own audience was turning against him for doing that, from what I saw. Now again, I've only learned about all this after the fact, so maybe some of like the positive stuff was scrubbed or deleted, but a lot of what I can find was people in his audience really didn't agree with him doing this.
I don't see how you can say that I'm not.
Here, this is what I tweeted. I said, if you're wondering why these serial defamers never got sued by Ethan Klein, even though Epstein, not iDubbbz, is the one who initially claimed Ethan molested his children and doubled down, it's because Dan Stalkman, the one who realized he lied to thousands of advertisers triggering an apocalypse on Twitch, has been a financial sponsor of Ethan Klein's podcast, redact dev in parentheses. And they all support Israel and cyberstalk and harasses prominent critics online. Dan has openly fielded congresspeople to try and deplatform me for my pro-Palestinian advocacy. Of course, there was never a peep from the YouTube commentary community. They mostly supported it as terrorism support.
Justified when somebody's who's your former friend who's been to your house and met your children is broadcasting this as a silly it's just silly. Ethan needs to address this little minor claim that he molested his own children.
Viva Mexico, Viva Mexico. Bust out the Mexico jersey. Ah, shit. First game, did Mexico win? Nice. La Raza on top. Bro loves to spill tea. Dog, someone has to be a fucking adult and actually accurately reflect on the events that have taken place in this sphere of influence that we are unfortunately a part of, because the reality of the matter is a lot of the loudest voices are unbelievably reactionary, and therefore the most dominant attitude in this sphere is always going to reflect that perspective. I'm basically like one of the only large content creators who actually is offering additional context to why these things are unfolding. Because all of the top content creators on YouTube don't want to touch to the 10-foot pole, partially because Israel, like the issue of Israel-Palestine is a part of it, and they don't want to say anything about it because they're terrified of being called anti-Semitic, because all of their sponsorships will be revoked, right? There is still that element. And then on top of that, they're genuinely worried, I think, about litigation, because Ethan has shown that he is unbelievably litigious. Or even if there is no litigation, they're worried about getting fucking cyberstalked and harassed by some of these vicious communities. These communities are unbelievably vicious. Ethan constantly cries about snark. Meanwhile, he is the number one snarker. I mean, Reddit. He went to Reddit and literally tried to get these communities taken down, these anonymous subreddits taken down, right? And Reddit straight up told him to his face, like, dog, your fucking community is snark. Your community. We'll take down those communities, but your community is also snark. Should we take down your community as well? Because that's precisely what it is. He uses his community as a mass harassment cyber stalking operation. Dude, when I was in fucking New Jersey, in Princeton, New Jersey, to promote and support Adam Hamawi, who is going to be the next congressperson from New Jersey 12. He won. When we did that rally that morning, at the hotel I was staying at, there was a wonderful and kind person that came up to me and was like, oh my God, I'm such a huge fan. I was like, wow, great. She was working the coffee shop. She told me that she used to watch all the time. She watched Leftovers, was a big fan. I didn't think much of it. And then later I found out she was posting in the subreddit being like, Hasan has showed up at my place of work. I'm freaking out right now. So even in the real world, when these people are kind to your face, like on the internet, when they go to Ethan's community, they're like, oh, what can I do? What kind of trickery could I engage in? It's like so shocking. It's kind of alarming to see that switch up, really. And she was such a wonderful person too. It actually shook me a little bit, that code switch.
File. Is that funny? I don't know. Is that a joke? Is that free speech? I don't think so. Then the other thing I hear is like, this is a grave threat against free speech. No, it's not. Defamation laws exist in every major Western country, because you can't just say people molested their children. That's not free speech. That's not protected speech.
And good.
It's not. It's not. It's defamation. It's defamation.
Thing iDubbbz didn't. That would be the comment that was left by someone else. So if that is the big problem that this was said in the first place,
yeah. The problem is, it's not iDubbbz that made the defamatory statement.
then wouldn't that energy be channeled at the person who actually said it? He's trying to portray it as though Ian is championing it, that he is trying to use this knowingly fraudulent information to push an agenda that Ethan is a monster, that does the unthinkable to his children. But when watching it, again, that's just not what he was saying, and he did outright say he doesn't believe it in the first place. He then goes into like, how is that a joke? Well, you just said that the person who left the comment, Destiny, was just joking, basically. He was just being a piece of shit. But he wasn't being serious, that was a goof. That doesn't make sense, man. So it was a joke when he wrote the comment, but it's not a joke when iDubbbz is trying to use it to shittily make a point. And he wasn't even making a joke about the comment itself, just more so that you weren't getting upset at Destiny for making it in the first place.
You can't accuse someone of committing a heinous crime. That's not, if they didn't, that's not free speech. That's not protected speech. It's literally not protected speech. It's actually explicitly carved out in the law as, you know, this is the legal route you take when someone defames you, right?
Ethan, of all people, should be very familiar with how defamatory lawsuits can be exploited by those with a lot of money. He was the guy that always fought on the right side of these kind of battles. And now in this case, I really think he's lost his way in that regard. What he is describing here is not even what iDubbbz did. He's talking about, you can't make these comments, that's not free speech. Destiny made the comment, man. Literally. And yet you're not going after him. You've already excused him, wrote it off as he wasn't being serious, a dickhead, and are instead going after iDubbbz, who was very shittily using it to make a very different point and even outright said he doesn't believe it, by the way. So it really feels less about the actual defaming and more about just being able to continue to, really drive the nail into iDubbbz, which is extremely unnecessary. His own community didn't agree with him when he did this. He lost members of his community for this because he was so in the wrong for it. Everyone was on your side when all of this was unfolding. So really, what else are you even trying to accomplish? He came out of that much worse, and he outright apologized for it, admitted how wrong he was for it, and everything like that eventually, which is a significantly bigger L than a legal one in the eyes of the internet, to be that wrong and that much on the wrong side of the drama. By every possible interpretation, you won here. You proved the claims were fraudulent, they were false, they're not real, and people were on your side in this whole situation here and against how iDubbbz had gone about trying to make this point. All you had to do was just leave it at that. But by making this lawsuit, you've now made a new issue out of it that is a concern and can affect other people entirely unrelated to it. And I'm honestly very surprised why Ethan can't see that. After all of the lawsuits he's been through, something like this should be very apparent how it can be used exploitatively against others, even outside of a case of this extreme degree. Ethan of 10 years ago, I think, would absolutely see that, but right now, I just think after everything that he's been through, he's just completely clouded by it and can't see that anymore. But now let's dive into the concern about how this can affect free speech or discourse online, because Ethan is talking about how he doesn't understand how it could, because this is such an extreme thing that was said that's so gross. And he's right. This is a very gross thing that was said. And if iDubbbz was pressing it as a very legitimate thing and trying to make it seem like it's true to everyone, that kind of thing, then it would make a lot more sense to go this kind of route. Because that is something like the snark community was doing with some really unhinged behavior. So that would make sense to me. but that's not what happened here. And the reason why this is concerning is because, let's say Ethan does win this lawsuit here, that then opens the door for other people to come in with less extreme shit. Like, yes, in this case, it is very over the top and gross. But defamatory statements aren't just this extreme level. Defamatory statements are very wide reaching. And this being something you can point to like, okay, so it worked for Ethan. It can probably work for me against this guy who said this thing that actually damaged my brand. In Ethan's case, I think it'd be very hard to even prove damages in the first place. I don't know if that's something that's required by like Canadian law. I have no fucking clue at all. I know they don't have the same level of free speech protections or anything like that, so maybe that's not even a requirement or whatever. But I think it would be a Herculean task to prove that H3 had suffered like a reputational hit or a loss of revenue or a brand tanking because of iDubbbz's stream here. Because what has often been flexed by a lot of people is how H3 has thousands upon thousands of live viewers all the time, and iDubbbz would have like 100. So H3 being like 100x the size of iDubbbz, it would be very hard for anyone to point to and say, what iDubbbz did here really damaged the H3 brand, and here's the proof. We lost so many members on YouTube.
I can't believe this is what I spent the last hour going through, as we are about to head over to the DSA New York City Slate rally, where I will be speaking and delivering a fucking speech to this nation's young revolutionaries. That are going to personally change the American trajectory in a positive manner. Why are you crying? What can I do but cry?
Or something like that's clearly not going to happen. But someone else absolutely could. Like something that a lot of people talk about online, like commentary YouTubers, I suppose will stay in that realm, is scammers. So why couldn't a scammer then utilize this same play? Okay, we can actually prove damages because they talked about, a customer's terrible experience with us, and that was defamatory, and look at how much business it cost us, and it ruined our reputation. And I think you could possibly point to Ethan's lawsuit here, should he win, as evidence like, look, he got a defamation.
Noah's here, everybody. We should look at this fucking fit, dude. Look at you.
Look at you.
No, oh my God, Noah's wearing a suit too. Well, we're suit guys now. Okay, I'm watching Moist Critical cover offer critical coverage on. Dude, where the fuck is March, bro? March. Oh my God. No, we've been up all fucking morning. We had to shoot a podcast. I shot Fear and then I shot Majority Report. Then I did an interview with these guys that are doing a documentary. Hold on, I'm gonna fix everything. 1 second. I'm gonna put a mic on you. I don't know where the mics are, and I will sign it. Don't you worry. Okay.
Defamatory ruling in his favor after suing iDubbbz for something someone else said. So we are going to be suing this YouTuber for what this customer said that they talked about in their content that ruined our brand or took away some business. Because in a lot of commentary videos, the sources come from others, whether it's individuals or something else. So if you can sue for a reason like this and win, it does open up to exploitation from some bad actors. So yeah, while it is kind of extreme in what has happened here between iDubbbz and H3, I think you could very easily look at it and say, okay, if he can sue for what someone else said and was on his stream, why can't I sue for what someone else said that was in their content that I believe defamed me? And I just think that it does open the door to some problems. And I've seen the response is kind of split. In the commentary community, I thought it'd be unanimously, discouraged. For pretty obvious reasons. It has historically always been spit upon, but because it's now against someone people don't like, iDubbbz, they're okay with it and even laughing about it, which I just don't really get. I don't know how the lesson hasn't been learned that when something gets used against someone you don't like, it doesn't mean it's only ever going to be used against people you don't like. Once that can of worms is open, shit becomes the Wild West, and it can be a problem for everybody. Like, making an exception like, yeah, ooh, not good. I've always been really against YouTubers filing, litigation against other content creators, but since it's iDubbbz, I'll be okay with it. Which I think is some pretty silly shit. I think the internet, in its first...
We upgraded the, we leveled up the audio. We leveled up the production here.
Well,
So-
I know these. These I'm familiar with.
Yeah. So we, when I have guests on now, I do that where here we go. Okay, let's do it like this. Okay. You can go even further to the right. I'm trying to center it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay, Noah Colvin's here, ladies and gentlemen. And are the audio levels fine? Maybe they're a little too low. Let me increase it. Can you hear us better? Nope, the other way around. Hello. Is that better?
Maybe it is.
Okay.
Let's see.
Oh yeah, it is better. I turned it up. I turned on the volume. Young Chomsky has taught y'all well. Haha. He's the ultimate sartorial socialist. Did you learn this from Young Chomsky? Did Young Chomsky invent suiting?
No,
He does have great style, to be fair.
He does.
He does. When he was in Cuba, he was dripped out the fucking wazoo, which is kind of crazy because they only yelled at me for wearing nice things in Cuba. They never yelled at him for wearing nice things in Cuba. Move up your mic on lapel. It should be fine. Well, I know I got the broccoli cut. Oh no, they're cooking you. They're cooking you, King.
That's just what having curly hair is. I don't know what to.
I also need to
them.
figure out if I.
It's not like there's product in it. I'm just Jewish.
Damn.
I don't know what.
Call them out. They're being anti-Semitic. This is an anti-Semitic community.
What am I supposed to do?
This is an anti-Semitic community, and you should call them out. I think your mic isn't close enough. How is it not close enough? You want to tweak it?
Down.
Oh, his is upside down.
Turn it up a little bit.
I think it should be fine if he turned it up.
Yeah,
but even then, it should
putting
pick
it
up.
on your tie.
Yeah, I'm putting it on my tie.
Like a diamond stud.
Yeah. Don't listen to them. Noah, love the hair. Gain up, Buttercup. I think it's fine, bro. Isn't it fine? It sounds fine. Your mic is his ass is on point. What? Jesus Christ. I also still have to send info to Emma.
Oh. Wait about where we're going.
Yeah, I forgot to do that all day. I hope she can still make it. Hold on.
Oh, Hannah.
All right. We're waiting on March. We're not going anywhere before fucking March gets here and sets up the goddamn camera. So, is March sleeping? Where is he? He's not responding. We got 5 minutes before we leave, right? We're going to be late.
Call him.
I'm going to call him right now. All right, let's see. All right, let's see.
Go around with this topic, pin the tail on the donkey. I think they were correct with the take on this topic that being extremely litigious and going after other content creators and such with defamatory lawsuits and such is just not very good. It's the same tactics that have been used from some extremely shady companies in the past against people online, and it's just a tactic that used to unanimously leave a sour taste in the mouth of.
Do you know what this is about? Your favorite podcaster is up to his old ways again, coming fresh off the heels of possible defeat on a DMCA case that he was advancing against Denims.
Yeah,
for
where he was
fucking
hoisted
context.
by his own petard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So right after that, he's also suing Noah Sampson for defamation for calling him a Zionist.
He's doing a lot of the lawsuits.
And now he's suing iDubbbz because iDubbbz posted Destiny's statement saying Ethan molested his own children. And instead of suing Destiny for the defamatory statement, he decided to sue iDubbbz, even though iDubbbz shows that and goes, I'm showing this, I disagree with it, I don't think this is correct, and I think this is a severe accusation that is most likely defamatory, and Ethan should sue.
I mean,
and instead he's using the Canadian courts.
Well, yeah, he's like he's using his rental lawyer
Yeah.
to harass whomever he wants.
Yeah. Yep.
I mean, he found somebody who will take his money, which is impressive.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. Your tie is crinkled. You need to steam it or put on a different one. It's fine. It's a crinkled tie. Who cares, man? It shows my working class background. Okay.
I decided not to wear a tie because I thought it would be too much.
Why? What do you? I got plenty of ties if you want to fucking rip
No,
one. I got
no.
a green one if you want.
No, it's fine. I ironed a tie, but I decided against it.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, Chuck Schumer endorsed Haley Stevens.
Oh wow! So it's in the open. Well, I mean,
it was pretty much.
Yeah, like
right?
sorry, like I am. I mean, well, look, she needs all the help she can get, and Chuck Schumer, he's a potent weapon.
Yeah. No, I'm glad that they brought out the big guns.
Yeah, like
America's most popular, most prominent politician, Chuck Schumer.
I do think it is kind of funny because, like, if McMorrow had been smarter, like she probably should have gone for like Obama or something. Yo.
Dude, where the fuck have you been, bro? You freaked us the fuck out. I thought you were.
Said I was good.
Oh, all right.
What's up, man?
All right.
Good to see you.
Bags over there. And then once he.
22 minutes to.
Okay.
cool.
So we got time.
Yeah, we're good.
You know what? Fuck it, dude. I'm being bullied by my chat. I'm gonna change my tie. I'm gonna do it.
Or
You got it.
I mean,
I can't iron it. I don't know how to iron it. I don't have an iron in here.
Well, off stream, I'll show you that it's
the ways.
It's not like it's hard.
Did you see the Knicks keffiyeh?
Wait, what?
Dude, here, look at all the Knicks shit I got.
Yeah, I saw the
Oh,
I know. Somebody knocked the. I saw the Ewing jersey.
Oh yeah, finally I got a Knicks hat that I don't have to steal from you.
Yeah, that one's great. I love that one. No, it's good.
Put on a new tie, goddamn.
I'm impressed. I think it'd be really funny if you come back with a tie that's even more wrinkled than the other one. Wow.
This has one crinkle on it. It's not that bad. What?
Nothing.
What are you gonna say?
Nothing. I wasn't gonna say anything.
Is this also wrinkled?
I mean, yeah, but it's just sort of like you're kind of pot committed, I'd say.
I don't think it's that bad.
No, it's also, is that silk?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's less noticeable. So
Are all the batteries charged?
Yeah. I have a bunch of extra camera batteries too.
Bro, just ironed it. Takes 5 minutes. We don't have 5 minutes.
Yeah, we gotta go. We don't have 5 minutes.
Come on.
All right.
I need the camera.
Yeah. Here, I'll flip it. I'll flip the camera over to the other one. Oh shit! Now we have to use the fucking regular mic. This has a much smaller. Here. Yeah, you can take it. We'll keep these on and we'll use them in a second when we're in the car, but. Oh shit. Wait, what the fuck? Uh-oh.
What?
Laptop camera's not working for some reason? Oh, boom, it's working. Okay. All right, there we go. All right, well, this is what... are we... No, are you going outside? Outdoor streams are mid. Official Hasanabi chair says outdoor streams are mid. Yes, we are going outside to a rally. An outside-inside situation. or we are technically going outside, but we will also be inside at the same time.
I'm operating under the assumption there's no air conditioning.
Wait, really?
What?
At the place we're going to, you don't think there's air conditioning?
I don't know.
Oh, we're fucked.
I mean, I wore linen. I don't know about
I
you.
took the noise gate off as well, so you can now yell as much to your heart's desire.
I can yell.
You can be heard now.
Fun.
Okay. Oh my God. Oh, okay. Hopefully there's air conditioning. If there's no air conditioning, it's 90 degrees in fucking New York right now. It is so goddamn hot, and I'm wearing heavy suiting. Beast mode. Yeah, I'm a suit guy now. It is what it is. Heat waves in places new. Can't hear shit? What do you mean? You can't? All right, well, we're gonna be moving soon, so there's gonna be an I've had it list in the video. You can play that if you are going soon. Okay. Yeah, we'll do that.
Just normal people online. But now in this case, because it's against someone they don't like, they're willing to be
keep it
all
going.
right with it and turn the other cheek
We'll
to
keep it rolling. Are we ready
And
to go?
I don't think that's
All right, do you
right.
need this?
Again,
Is that
if
right?
iDubbbz truly was spreading maliciously fraudulent information of this disgusting stuff that was made in this comment and saying like, this is real, this is true, this is awful, this is, look at what's happening, look what he's done, that kind of thing, I would really understand it more then, because then that is very different than just normal internet beef. That is psychopath evil shit. But from what I've seen in that stream, that's not what was happening. So I really don't understand this perspective from commentary channels to treat this like it's just some kind of hoot and holler and goofy thing, you know, let's celebrate it, point and laugh, when I think it's pretty easy to see how this could potentially be used as ammunition in some less than savory lawsuits going forward, specifically in Canada. It would obviously be like for Canadian YouTubers, but even still, it's probably best not to just have more ammunition for some bad actors to be able to exploit legally. Like, I just don't understand why, because it's happening to iDubbbz, everyone's willing to just like forget about the last fucking 15 years of everyone knowing that this kind of thing isn't really good. So yeah, I've been yapping about this for a minute now, but I do cover these like YouTuber streamer lawsuits that occasionally pop up, the ones that I'm aware of at least. And this one was very surprising to see. Now, like I said, I did have a conversation with both iDubbbz and Ethan. And at the end of the conversation with Ethan, he wanted to prepare a statement because I wasn't shy about letting him know that the exact way I've talked to him in our conversation would be how I'm going to talk about it publicly. And since I've made it clear I'm not in the business of just leaking private text messages, he wanted to prepare something that I would share. And I've done this in the past.
All right, Chad, see you on the other
sharing
side.
Statements from the people that I cover in stories, so I'll do the same here as well. He said, when CPS was called on his family a year ago, the rules of engagement had completely changed. A snark community fabricated a lie that his children were crawling around in dog shit and eating it. An agent came to my home at 8 a.m. to look through my home and interview my children against their will. Investigation is now over, was determined to be unfounded. After this, he could no longer tolerate attacks on his children or attempts to break up his family. Ian was a friend of his for many years. He has been to his house, met his children. When he displayed a message on screen for over an hour stating that he's a pedophile that molests his children, carried a lot more weight than when Destiny said it. Destiny said it in a Discord chat in passing that was on screen for a few seconds. He'd never met or spoken with Destiny, and Destiny has never been to his house or met his children, has zero credibility on the issue, and made it clear that in passing chat message was never meant to be taken seriously. Ian, on the other hand, does know his family, has been to his home, and has met his children, and the fact that he exploited that closeness to forward such a heinous, unforgivable accusation forced him into action. To make matters worse, Ian has supported the call to CPS in his content deputy and openly associates with, spends time in, and celebrates the snark community from which the original CPS call came from. He believes it was Ian's intention to cause harm to his family, as he knew CPS had already visited the home and still decided to rebroadcast the accusations for over an hour on stream. He's pledged to do everything he can to hold him and anyone else who attempts to harm his family accountable in whatever way that he can. Because of the context, He believes that he has a much more viable case against iDubbbz than Destiny, and that's why he's only suing Destiny or iDubbbz. Destiny also lives in USA, where defamation laws are much harder to win, versus in Canada, where iDubbbz lives. These are all the reasons that he's suing iDubbbz and not Destiny. He's chosen the legal and most proper way afforded to him that live in countries that value free speech, a lawsuit for defamation. Defamation is not protected speech. He does not have an unalienable right to say that he's a pedophile molesting his children. Accountability in this case has to be more than just internet mudslinging and jousting. He has crossed the line, and he's past the point of caring what Charlie or anyone else thinks, and he will protect his family at all costs. Now, if it wasn't clear, we didn't exactly see eye to eye on this case here in regards to this whole lawsuit situation. I believe, as is even stated in his statement, that he's targeting iDubbbz solely because the free speech laws in Canada are more lax, and it is more viable that he would win there versus in the US, where Destiny is. He's even saying that it would be harder to win that case against Destiny. So to me, that says that if the way you win is through more lax free speech laws, then it's not really a real defamation case worth pursuing. It's you taking advantage of that lax nature of those laws to further punish the guy who you have a lot of ire towards for the previous instances of aligning with the snark community and stuff like that, as opposed to actually fighting for, this was defamatory and that. It feels very familiar for a tactic that is common with big companies to financially drain someone that they have a lot of issues with for a variety of reasons, a whole host of reasons. And in pursuing this route, it does open a whole host of problems for a lot of other people and can have far-reaching consequences should it set some kind of precedent or, set an example for others to try and follow suit. It is something that I've always advocated against, and there's nothing in all of the streams and evidence I've seen that indicates that iDubbbz was trying to push this as a true thing, using his previous relationship with Ethan as a place of credibility to try and preach to his audience that this comment is accurate. This is a legitimate claim that actually needs to be investigated. There was nothing I ever saw that gave me that indication. It was only ever Destiny made this atrocious comment that Ethan is not being very upset about and having a very different energy towards him than the others. And it was a very, very, very poorly made point using a very gross example for it, which is something iDubbbz openly admits. So anyway, I've been yapping about this for a long time now. That's really about it. So yeah.
To all the detractors who are saying that I'm targeting women, that I'm a hypocrite for suing for copyright infringement, I just have this to say. I don't care. What I do hope, though, is that you'll support their crowdfunding efforts to defend themselves. Because let's face it, I want to make sure there's money left over for me when I win my lawsuits.
I don't really want to say too much here because I truly don't have to say too much. And I don't like to spend, a whole lot of time on the internet directly going at, in a very dramatic way, other creators. It's like the purpose of my platform for the most part, even though I do like to kind of shit on right-wingers and, total pieces of garbage on the internet who I think make the music community worse. When it comes to like the broad content creator sphere, unless somebody's like, just being completely wrong-headed about some music or talking about me or just being like a real fucking idiot, I like to keep mostly quiet and just like kind of chill. And I don't pay attention to a whole lot of streamers to begin with, across the board. But I feel like what just happened here needs to be discussed because it's a very broad issue that affects all content creation across the internet. But what seems to have happened, thankfully, is Denims. I stream, but I don't consider myself like a hardcore streamer. But I'll say fellow streamer Denims just got a tentative ruling in the lawsuit leveled against her by Ethan Klein of the H3H3 podcast. Now, I don't want to spend, this little rant here and this talk kind of getting into the nitty gritty of, the content nuke and Ethan's psychosexual obsession with Hasan and iDubbbz and Anissa and a host of other things that about the whole situation I just particularly find weird. Are there elements of these dynamics that Ethan genuinely feels like, burned about and pissed off about? Like maybe, possibly, I feel like I don't know enough about these interpersonal relationships, again, on a personal level, to really comment on that front. What pisses me off about the whole thing and what makes this tentative ruling in Denham's favor about all of this, what makes me happy about this with joy is like, look, no matter what problem you have with any of these people, personally or politically, whatever, you cannot be using this as an opportunity to destroy internet content creation and reaction content, commentary content. I don't care how up your own ass you are. I don't care how psycho you are. I don't care how demented or mentally ill you are. You cannot be using your millions of dollars and you cannot be using your platform to sue and go after other creators simply for the sin of reacting to your content, good or not, and having their own thoughts and opinions about it that you don't like. There are lots of people who comment on and talk about my content. Are there situations in which I would maybe take legal action if those comments happen to come from a defamatory place and it was like all and out, like complete lies or whatever? I mean, sure. But that's a different thing than going after somebody just merely for reacting to your content and making the claim that it was stealing. Making the claim that this person is stealing from you by reacting to your content. Bro, that is literally how you got started on the internet, dude. You literally had your own fair use lawsuit about this same shit.
The undisputed purpose of the defendant's live stream is to contest, criticize, and mock the plaintiff's message, which the courts have found weighs in favor of fair use due to its transformative nature. And they even proceed to cite Ethan Klein's case.
I feel bad and I regret ever having platformed you and had you on my own channel on a podcast and pushed people in your direction because you turned around and ended up doing this. And again, I'm not even talking about whatever sort of like political or ideological sort of, disagreements you may have with these individuals or that I may have with you. That's not what I'm talking about at all. I'm talking about you're literally using your platform and literally using these petty disagreements, your own emotions that you're so tied up in this situation to destroy the very industry that we all operate within because you're mad that you're getting criticized. Are some of those criticisms unfair? And are they coming from like weird terminally online psychos that are on Reddit or this platform or that platform? Yeah, I'm sure some of them are. I deal with those types of people too all the time. But to be going after other streamers for commenting on your content, and if this lawsuit ended up going in Ethan Klein's favor, effectively would have destroyed the business model of anybody and everybody doing this same exact thing. Reacting to other content, commenting on other content, transformatively critiquing and pulling apart other content that would have created such an ugly, horrible, just destructive, slippery slope. And you did it over some bullshit. You did it over some stupid, mindless, petty, emotional, moronic bullshit. Is literally all you did it for. You didn't do it for any other reason other than some petty, stupid bullshit. And I'm glad that Denham's had it rule in her favor. Not only because, I like and respect Denham's as a streamer, but this would have been bad for everybody making content on the internet if this had ruled in Ethan's favor. So I'm just coming on here and just celebrating this W, not for anyone's sake other than all of us, because if you like this stream, if you like the content of any person on the internet where they are reacting to a video or talking about somebody else's video or talking about some other piece of content somebody made and incorporated clips or incorporated a snippet here, a section there, or, reacting to a full video on a stream, it would have been fucking dunzo. it would have been.
Yeah, I'm about to. I am about to. Boom, swapped it. What's going on, everybody? We're packed like a bunch of sardines in here. Sorry to cut you off. I know you were watching Anthony Fantano cover the Denims lawsuit, but unfortunately for many of you, we now have something a little bit more important to address. We're on our way right now to the New York City DSA Slate rally. That's right. We're going to be accompanied by all of the DSA cadre, some of the best and brightest, some of the best revolutionaries around, who have been tirelessly organizing, knocking on doors, making phone calls, trying to get every single person in New York in the 5 boroughs to go out and vote for democratic socialism. New York is leading the way. I know Grant Plattner says something like that. He's like, Maine leads the way, the rest of the country follows. I was like, Maine? I don't know about Maine.
I think that's just because they're really like, it's like dawn light hits there first. That's what he must be talking about.
Yeah, well, yeah, I feel like when it comes to our political posture, our nation's political posture, I feel like New York is probably a little bit more ahead of the curve than everywhere else.
That's right. I bet Maine doesn't even have as many chain restaurants as we do.
I don't know if that's the case. You never know. Per capita. Is Noah Empreg, he's glowing. No, it's because March has the lighting base boosted for some reason. He's fine now, though. Damn, Noah's eyes are popping in that light. Yeah, it is hot as a motherfucker out in New York, by the way. It is 91 degrees. 91 degrees. Dude, I've been getting a lot of love in the city.
Yeah?
More than even before. Anytime. These guys were with me the whole time, so they saw it, which will look very cool on Montreal television, but everywhere we went, there'd be like dudes biking randomly, be like, oh my god, Hassan. They would get off their bikes, take photos and shit. It was crazy. I paid them, by the way. Yeah, I paid them good money. I paid them like $1,000 each to show up and be like, no, my god, Hassan.
Sorry, nothing will beat the whatever paper it was in where you called the shot with the waiter.
Oh yeah,
on Charlie Kirk. That to me is the all-time.
Yeah, that was precog.
That was
Vanity Fair, I think.
But
it's like Variety.
To me, it's a really good. It's a really good example of why like doing press is kind of a numbers game. Like you should really like not be in the business of saying no, because eventually you will get a moment where you can make it seem like you can like see the future. But taste sound or whatever.
Low key, I fucking can, because that was one of the first articles that actually arrived at the conclusion that a lot more people were in favor of Candace Owens' worldview that Charlie Kirk was assassinated by Israel, because the journalist before that moment was contesting it.
She was like, people don't really.
Yeah, and I was like, no, I'll prove it. I did the Babe Ruth.
Well, it's all the like Netanyahu like brain rot that you consumed that gave you that,
Yeah, exactly. Will says, what's the dress code for what the fuck? Why is he asking?
Dress code for what?
Rocky Horror.
Concrete jungle.
Backtrack to that.
Bro, how many times did you hear that piece of shit last night?
Oh, come on. It was not a piece of shit at all. It was awesome. Dude, Madison Square Garden is unfucking defeated as far as vibes goes. Like,
yeah, dude. It is the best place to see
I'd never, because I've been to MSG before for I think I saw like Swedish House Mafia way back in the day, right? Something lame like that. I had no idea what a sporting event there would feel like until I experienced it, and now I know what like an actual team with an actual sporting event is supposed to feel like.
Bro, you live in Los Angeles. It's not like there's a lack of successful sports teams.
I know, and in spite of the success of many homegrown Los Angeles teams, bro, I watched the Super Bowl with the Rams.
Honestly, if you want to like fix your PR, just like go to a zillion Dodgers games and sit like vaguely near home plate. And people will associate you with winning and like good memories. They'll be like, wow,
God. Like, is that what Ludwig was doing?
That's what he was doing.
Oh my God, he literally was doing that.
The Knicks courtside thing was not like the it leveled up this year in the like spectacle of it and in the last couple of years because the Knicks have been actually good. But like, you know, like the actual like gold standard has been like, you know, like when the Lakers are like deep in the playoffs and, you know, just like you see at the Dodgers, and it's like the Oscars essentially.
Yeah. I mean, I think there's a tipping point though, and we've arrived at it. I think Taylor Swift attending the game last night was a tipping point. I'm already seeing people be like, "Oh, fuck this shit."
Why aren't you saying that about Cleveland when she was supporting Cleveland?
No, I'm not saying it. I don't care. I have no dog in this fight. You're
just reporting on the vibe.
I'm just reporting on what I saw. There is like almost like they won last night, so obviously it's different, and it was such an incredible victory. Like such an unprecedented comeback that people, like all of the rumblings went away and turned into Fox slander. But before that, I was noticing like posts on the internet, people being like, "Oh, it's like all these fucking celebrities, dude." And of course, no one was referencing your boy because I'm not a celebrity and I wasn't on the celebrity list that they released. That was like a mile long. Did you see that?
I did, but I think it's nice that like people love the Knicks and that like the Knicks love is everywhere and the city feels electric and special. But when this is all over, I don't think I ever want to think about a celeb again.
Yeah.
Like it feels like I've been having the same meal of like the best cacio e pepe in the entire fucking world. You know what I mean? Like it's an incredible dish.
Oh my God.
It's just been like 6 days in a row.
Hold on. Update. OSIN accounts. Someone link it to me. An F-35 might have...
gone down?
Might have gone down in UAE.
Was it operator error or?
Could have been a laundry fire, I think.
The laundry machine on the F-35 broke. Well, you know, the good thing about the F-35 is that it's very cheap to make and very easy to replace.
And also, like, yeah, famously, the best bang for your buck. Everyone always talks about that. They talk about how it's the best.
You know, it's really important in this kind of age of, you know, like, tactical, mass-produced warfare, to like really invest in these like strategic weapons that you're never actually really ever able to use to their fullest ability. Because if you do, then you're probably in a nuclear war. And then if you're in that kind of war, then, well, like kind of humanity is ended. So where are you?
Well,
where are we?
I think it would be anti-Semitic not to end humanity so that Israel can continue taking over more and more territory in southern Lebanon.
I would. With some people, it is like I've been thinking lately. I would like to, you know, have like sit in a room and just try and figure out like at what is like if you were to like explicate like what is the tipping point? Like at what point are you like, you know what? Maybe this thing is not worth doing for Israel. Maybe this one
nukes.
I don't know, man. I think a lot of people would be comfortable with like
Bethany Mandel.
Well, certainly her.
She literally doubled down on her previous statements from 2014 today. I mean, responding to Track APAC because they were like, "This you?" Track APAC posted her,
and she's like, "Yeah, I meant it." Like,
yeah, and she was like, "It was in the heat of the moment, but also I meant it."
She
already suffered enough when her kids were spewing toxic sludge into their chin diapers.
The other day I said something slanderous about like adult religious converts, and I was mostly joking.
Wait, she's a convert?
Yeah, dude.
Wait.
Yeah, her husband's I'm sure there's like a whole story there.
Wait.
I'm sure she's like authentically, you know, feels her.
Wait. So Bethany Mandel.
Bethany Shondark Mandel.
What does that mean? I don't know.
An Irish name.
Wait, so she was Irish Catholic?
I think. I mean, I don't know. No. She could have been Irish Protestant. You never know.
Okay. I mean, that would make more sense.
That would make more
sense.
I mean, I'm sure Chad can.
And then
Chad
she
is,
married.
I'm sure Chad is cooking on this point right now.
She married Seth.
Yeah,
who
check
is
chat.
Jewish.
Check chat. Check my homework
Obviously,
on this.
Seth Mandel. He's Jewish.
Check my chat.
We don't claim her. Sorry, big dog. I was Mexican maxing for the World Cup, but I'm back now.
I'm pretty sure she's Irish and that she converted. But anyway, it's like, what's funny? Christopher Hitchens, who was obviously, he made a lot of wrong decisions and went down a bad path, but he also said some very true things at different times. And one of the things he once said that I like a lot is that people on the fringe of an identity tend to be those who cling the most tightly to it.
Yeah.
I think the remark speaks for itself.
Yeah, the zealotry of a convert is, classic.
It's true.
Anyway.
And sometimes it's justified, if you convert to the right cause.
Yeah, you mean Islam.
Yeah.
Yeah, you convert if you find the light of Allah.
Yeah. That's what I was talking
and you
about.
convert to Islam, then it's the right cause. Timothy Chalamet's doing a fucking Kalshi ad? No. That's a meme, right, chat? Clipped.
What would be your price for Kalshi?
They've literally offered.
I'm sure they have, but I'm just imagining.
Polymarket gave me...
Well, no, it's like if they offer... But it would be like if they offer you X, it would be like you have to give 5X to the DSA.
No, there's no money. I would never do it. Because, Polymarket, their starting for the negotiation was $1 million for just the day of the election.
God.
Like, that's what they came in with, and I was like, no.
God help us, man.
So, God, I wonder what they were giving to other people, but...
In Woke 2, we're going to need to, those people are going to... We're going to make the savings and loan crisis...
Red Guard?
2.
Red Guard? Struggle sessions?
We're going to need to prosecute... We're going to do that plus prosecute the fuck out of all of them.
Like Dunscap?
I want to see people go to jail, man.
Dunscap with the placard around
It would be... I was walking in the Diamond District a few weeks ago, and... There was this guy I don't know if he was doing a bit, I don't know what the deal was, but he was he got up on a step stool and he was wearing just his underpants and he was standing in front of some diamond store. I have no idea what the fuck he was doing. He had a cowboy hat on, he was holding a sign of some sort. I was headed somewhere. I had no interest in stopping to figure out that. But the spectacle, the spectacle made an impression, and I think that feels like a pretty nonviolent, but yes, fundamentally coercive, but nonviolent, method of shame and humiliation. Fuse that to some social media, like shame stuff, and we got a struggle session going. We got something we can work with there.
Okay.
Everybody said, like in the 2010s, it's like everybody was bugging out this week about. Remember has Justine landed yet? That woman who tweeted the joke, yeah. So people were bugging about that again, and it's like that actually is that lady. Like a few months later, she got a new job as the head of comms at FanDuel, and she was fine. And I think maybe
we do talk about people that said something heinous and then were yelled at on the internet as though they're warriors that
it's he died in the woke wars.
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up. No, my point is
meanwhile the
what if we channeled this power, we organized it, because if it isn't that lasting and that scarring, but it does it has the potential to meaningfully alter somebody's behavior.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
It's meanwhile, the American federal government is, I guess, trying to deport and denaturalize Trita Parsi.
I saw that.
It's what the fuck? That's actually happening.
Listen, if it's a real test of whether or not the Quincy Institute's Coke money has any influence, because I hope to God that they're able to do something to free our boy.
Yeah, so what? Yeah, I don't understand. I've always wondered why they were even allowed to exist as a part of the blob that's anti-blob. It's God forbid you have one think tank.
One think tank that's good and smart and
one. It's two. It's CI, right? Is CI policy.
Oh yeah. Quincy is just the most they have a serious media operation. They there's a lot of really smart people out in the world.
Literally,
they pay to they help keep employed.
They literally want to prosecute Trita because he's a bad bitch.
And because he has influence, and because also look, I gotta say, this is there's a reason that we read about this bullshit in like Fox News and in the free press, and that we are not reading press releases, we are not reading announcements from the government.
Yeah, why is CNN not covering?
Because these guys, like, again, like, it's a very good point. Like, no, well, one, I mean, in general, I'll say, like, news agencies, sadly, like, people follow one another's scoops less, which is unfortunate these days.
He
in
literally
general,
is a contributor.
But that is a good point.
He spent the last week on CNN talking about Iran.
I mean, well, what CNN? I mean, I think, let's be real. Like,
You think?
I think CNN would be happy if Daddy Trump. I would love to be proven wrong on this, but if somebody called CNN up and said, "Hey, fire this guy," or your merger's not getting approved, like, what do you think they would do?
Here's a question. Hypothetical scenario. Brandon administration, Scott Jennings is prosecuted in a similar vein. What do you think CNN does? You think CNN's not releasing a statement? CNN's releasing 10,000 statements. Jake Tapper's doing
Depends.
45 minutes.
It's all about the circumstance, right? Because like the actual version of what you're describing, right, is like a slightly elevated January 6th, and I think that same kind of thing is in the cards again. Like I think that part of what makes like this right-wing movement and like right-wing pundits and all this stuff is that like when they're strong, they're invulnerable. Like they're insulated, and CNN and all these other like like ostensibly like lib steward institutions or whatever, like they will, because they're owned by assholes or whatever, they'll bend the knee fine. But then like when these people are weak, it's like, when popular sentiment turns against them, like I do think that there are these moments because the right wingers are just that freak, they're that fucking crazy. Like we could this November, because like they've been doing all this stupid crap trying to get people to believe that elections are fake. They're like they're chancing that kind of thing again.
Oh my God! They're gonna do a Spencer Pratheads do a January 6th in Los Angeles.
I believe everybody was so wrong, and I felt so good calling out saying that I thought Spencer Pratt was gonna lose before then, because like I do think the actual future-looking part of his campaign and the thing people have to pay attention to isn't like anything about like who it's reaching or this whatever success it claimed to have, which didn't exist. But it's instead about how the people who are the partisans of that campaign, who are very Trump-coded and so forth, how I believe that it is the quickness with which they are going to deny reality. That they're going to like use phrases like vote harvesting to suggest that something like psychotic and evil is going on. Like that to me is the canary in the mine of shit.
It's like not even regular fascism, but this modern iteration.
Yeah,
there
like Cole Burns stuff. Like this is like it's like there's like a speedboat in like an ocean, a pond of turd. It's just there's no. It's insane. Spencer fucking Pratt, dude, the guy who like spent all his money on crystals. That was so funny.
They go after everyone who's effective in CNN doesn't cover because you're only a direct threat to them. Hasan, put the pin on your jacket. I have two. That's why I'm literally trying to figure out what looks aesthetically pleasing, because this is gonna look ridiculous if I have one on.
I think.
Oh yeah. Where? How do we get in?
It's yeah. Let's get a message.
Do you know where it is? Oh, Randolph entrance.
Randolph entrance. What street am I on? No. Randolph entrance. Why is it? Oh. All right. So yeah, this one right here. Back this way. All right. This is right. It's right here.
Yeah, there.
Right here.
Right here. But Randolph entrance is the other side. No, this is Randolph.
On your side.
This is not Randolph. What? This is not Randolph.
This street is Randolph.
This is Scott.
Okay. That's how
Oh, never mind then. Oh, I think there's a contact anyway.
Yeah. Oh,
yeah. We're good. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a lot of people.
I know. What up? Wait. Yeah. I got everything. Hey. What's up? You got everything?
How's it going? I'm Kathy. I've been walking around everywhere. Where's Austin?
Thank you, big boss.
Where's Austin?
What's good?
Right here. All right. So in your room, you got a bathroom, there's snacks in the fridge. it going?
I'm good. How are you?
Good.
What's up, dude? Nice to meet you.
Got endorsed after your first.
I know.
A while ago, and I think just a day ago.
Okay.
How you doing? No water?
We should do a double. We should route it with two mics so we can give the mic to the person who I'm interviewing. Because I'll have Noah. We'll have Noah on too.
Is he gonna be in the Wi-Fi?
Yeah, sure.
It's Silo Staff.
Wait. Oh. You're live.
Right.
Yeah.
Can you say something one more time? Thank you.
Do you want to aid and abet in the interviewing?
Yeah,
Just threw
happy
you
to.
into this. This is what I
Happy
did
to.
with Felix too the other day with Molly Crabapple. What? Do they have
the splitter's in the bag when you do it? If not,
Yeah, it should be. If not, we might need to switch to a shotgun potentially. About to.
Can you check your toolkit?
I need to get on the Wi-Fi so I can check to see if it works.
I see.
I just got on.
Why am I not?
Okay, Mom just says the stream is up.
Okay,
Oh,
great.
he said the stream is up?
Yeah.
Wait, what
Right.
the fuck? Do I keep putting the wrong password in? What the hell?
Yeah, it's cool.
Did they put it wrong? Is it with caps?
I don't know. Is it? What's the? Could you resend the password?
Because it's not working, the one that you sent us.
This one?
Yeah, no, I have it. It's just
Show
not.
me again.
I keep putting it in and it
Yeah.
keeps saying incorrect password.
Here. Hey, they're trying to Wi-Fi. It's saying incorrect password.
But if we're fine now, that's fine. Are we back on? Chat, can you hear us?
You know, it's
Got it,
fun.
thank you.
It's fine? Okay, because I don't have. Oh, okay.
Sorry, they
it
said it
is
wrong.
different. Okay.
There's also Diet Coke in there. if
Yeah,
you want it.
yeah, see that. Oh, gotcha.
Sorry.
I'm good.
Okay. Damn, they're just jamming in there.
You know what's funny is I actually
was on the guest Wi-Fi at this location already because I've been here for shows.
Oh, you have?
Yeah.
Is this venue sick?
Yeah. It's usually like a nightclub venue situation.
Nice. Okay, does the camera have a dead pixel or just me? No, it does. It has the camera. We didn't replace it yet, right?
No, we have to do that.
Someone forgot.
That's not true. We were gonna do it right before our trip to London.
Well, yeah, and then we didn't go to London, so.
What happened?
Things happen.
He slept in, missed the flight.
Yeah, I fell asleep and I missed it. I missed my shot.
Lazy.
Left versus the Establishment, a voter's guide to some of the most hotly contested races in New York's June 23 Democratic primary. Wow. Congressional District 7, Brooklyn, Queens. Antonio Reynoso versus Claire Valdez versus Julie Wong.
It says audio not sync. Can you go on to toolkit and...
Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna hit the ingest fixed. Hopefully it worked.
Please, God. If you're up there.
Sources tell me Charlie is stable. Did it work? Chat, is it synced?
Say something.
Hello, can you hear me? It worked, thank God. Nope, it didn't work, not fixed. Why would this be happening? I don't even understand. No. Who's gonna tell him Omega Lol?
Yeah, I want to hear this now.
No, still delayed. Let me see this.
Who's gonna tell him Omega Lol? Yeah, I want to hear this now. No, still delayed.
What the fuck?
Let me see this.
It did work. The video is delayed. Wait, how? We gotta hit up the IRL guys to see what the fuck's going on because I don't think this is never.
You want to? You might cycle the bag and then you switch back to the desktop.
I mean, we're fucking hemorrhaging viewership if we cycle it. 2-second delay. Let's just hit up the IRL guys first.
Okay.
Right? Here, do you want me to hold it? I can hold it while you do that.
Okay.
Give it to me. Hello. Up close and personal, everybody. I don't know why hitting that ingest fix did not work. It's not that bad. 2-second delay is pretty fucking bad, especially because this is the only footage that we have available. Do they have a professional team filming as well? Can use their footage potentially, but that's going to take a long time to get released. The ingest fix again one more time, okay? Bear with me. Wait.
Totally, yeah.
Wait, look at the bag. Is it dead?
No, it's still transmitting.
What the fuck is happening, dude?
Are you guys good with the stream or is something wrong?
Fixed. We're synced. Fixed. Fixed.
What is happening, dude?
Nope, there's still a delay on my end. It looks like. Oh no, it's synced. Okay, we're good to go, I think.
And we're back.
I think what's so frustrating about that is I don't know
why that happened.
Fixed it.
Yeah.
Or why that happened.
Semi-fixed. No, it's fine. It's better now.
Well,
it's not nearly as bad.
Either way, I messaged the toolkit guys, so.
And now it's green. What the fuck?
For your glorping?
Yeah, but for a brief moment.
Okay, I'm gonna put the bag on Wi-Fi.
Yeah. You want me to hold it again?
Yeah, or you just set it down somewhere. Maybe like over here.
Oh, you didn't bring it.
Do we have the correct password now?
Yeah, we do. We do. Actually, here, yeah, just hold it.
Wait, hold on.
hold it for a bit. Hold your children.
I'm holding it.
Hold your kids.
All right, we can. I think we're good to go in like a minute. He's gonna sign on to the internet off the backpack as well, and then yes, I'm holding you guys with one hand, and then we can have the slate come through.
Is it cool if we start with Grace and just have a push shares of New York City GSA?
Sure. Yeah. Audio is still fucked. Desync is bad. Chopped. What the fuck? Audio is glitchy. Desynced again. Dude, why is this happening?
We're on the Wi-Fi.
Okay, but like, why is this happening?
Try a Nginx fix again. While we're on the Wi-Fi. Last time, this one totally works for sure.
Hold on. What are they saying? Shit is cooked, good to me. Audio is glitchy.
Live production, look.
Desync is coming back, super weird. Did you hit the people up?
Yeah, I did.
What do they say?
They said seems fine now, maybe fixed.
It just keeps getting fucked.
Okay, I mean, in this moment.
What's good? Yeah, they can come in. It's fine.
Let's do it.
It's fixed again. It's good. Good. What's good?
One at a time, or? Here to talk to 600 plus excited people about why socialism needs to continue to win this cycle, every cycle, and why they need to get involved to make that happen.
Question. This pied-à-terre tax for people who want to buy a second property in New York City. How do we get Zoran to make an exception for me if I were to purchase a second home in New York City?
Sorry, socialism means you have to pay up. There are no exceptions. This is a working class movement, so we're going to tax you.
You know, from each according to their ability.
Yeah,
and such.
What if I don't like it and we just cut it? We just do a little side deal.
Well, look, if your second home is a rent-stabilized apartment, then you get it on the rent freeze.
Yeah.
So we can make it work.
I'm not taking someone else's inventory of rent-stabilized apartments. Anyway, I'm joking. But we have a very exciting slate of candidates. I've interviewed all of them except for one, I think, because he came on board afterwards. Right. And this is almost like a check-in. Early voting is starting on Saturday. Yeah. And it's very exciting because I think in comparison, when did you guys join the DSA?
When Trump got elected the first time.
You were like, I voted for him, now it's time to fight. Yeah, because he's also a socialist, according to Kamala Harris. Or
for us, like, we've been building this 10-year-long project to build a bench of democratic socialist legislators. It's not enough to just have the mayor or a high-profile Congress member like AOC. We need power at the state level too, because it's at the state where we can pass reforms that then presidents can rely on, and we can expand, experiments that we try at the state level, we can bring them to the national level. And ultimately, if we only elect Zoran and AOC, our project will have been a failure. Like, we're not here to create individual celebrities. We're here to build a movement of the working class and of the people. And we need to turn DSA into a factory to find the next Zoran, find the next AOC. That's what we're trying to do here tonight.
Hell yeah. And for those of you who don't know at home, we have actually almost all of the candidates that are on the DSA slate at numerous points were out also canvassing for the likes of Zoran, for the likes of AOC as well. So maybe the next up, the runner-up is in this room right now.
Absolutely.
Who's out there door knocking.
Yeah, so many of our candidates, Claire Valdez is a great example of this, were rank and file DSA members, rank and file union members who stepped up and organized. And that's a lot of what DSA is about. There is no political class that should exist, and we're taking them down because anyone can do this shit, and we actually have to if we want to change it.
And it's far better to have people that otherwise wouldn't want to do this shit or come from that background who under normal circumstances have no way of doing anything beyond expressing their political point of view by voting, right, for another Yale-educated, Harvard-graduated, upper class elite that's not going to actually even know what the worries of the regular folk are.
Yeah.
And so DSA and organizations like that are very helpful in terms of identifying who has that kind of talent.
You know, we're one of the few organizations in New York that actually prioritizes candidate recruitment. Before Grace and I became the co-chairs of the chapter, we were the co-chairs of the candidate recruitment committee. And it's really hard to find ordinary working class people who actually want to run for office. Like, a big part of the project is just convincing them. But also, you know, like you were saying, like, it's a pretty good sign, actually, that someone's going to be a good elected official if they don't want to run for office initially and they need to be convinced. So a lot of the people who we're going to be talking to tonight are exactly those kinds of candidates.
Yeah, it's cool. And what are some of the races that, by your estimation, some of the most some of the more difficult races on tonight's slate?
I mean, our congressional races are a huge test of power for us. Daria Litsa is challenging a very powerful incumbent. Claire is running against a progressive, and it's really a battle of socialism versus progressives, and who can really lead the movement. But the rest of our slate, I mean, some are in open seats. That doesn't mean they're easy. A lot are running against incumbents, like Conrad Blackburn is running against a very powerful political machine in uptown Manhattan. Christian Celeste Tate is running against an incumbent who is the son of someone that Julia Salazar took out in 2018. So we're trying to end that political dynasty. Ian Huntley is running against Stephanie Zimmerman, who time and time again votes with landlords. She votes against things like good cause eviction. So we're really fighting for all of them. And David Orkin is the final challenger, who's really running against like a corrupt friend of Eric Adams. So there's
she's awesome though.
she's funny. I don't want her in office.
I gotta grab them. Can we do a quick photo?
Yeah,
and then I'll find the next person.
Sit down or?
And we'll probably take a picture as well.
3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. And one person. 3, 2, 1. Thanks, guys.
All right, thank you. Nice to meet you. I like your suit.
Thank you.
And you guys go. Sorry, go on this side. Go on this side. Come on in.
Suit guy.
Straight from top.
Big suit guy.
You're a suit guy too now, bro. We're a suit guy all around. Hey, what's good?
How you living?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. A suit.
Damn, you're looking brolic as ever.
Not as big as you.
Oh, come on now. That's nice of you to say. All right, what are we doing today? I mean, how are you feeling about the race? This is the last time we talked.
Yeah.
What are some developments that have taken shape in your life? What's the race looking like? And brief people on who you're running up against and for what position.
Yeah, I'm running up against this guy named Jordan Wright. He's the incumbent. He's a legacy candidate. His father had this seat for decades and then was the head of Manhattan Democrats, head of New York State Democrats at one point. His father kind of is like, he has his hand in everything in Harlem politics, so he passed the seat down to his son. I am feeling good about the race. You know, I've been knocking doors 6 days a week, and I'm hearing really positive reviews at the doors, and now when I'm, doing visibility on the streets, people walk up to me like, hey, you're Conrad, I'm voting for you, and so,
hell yeah.
It's really good. It's really good to see that. It's energizing. I'm feeling good. I don't know if you know, but my opponent has 4 big super PACs spending millions of dollars for him.
That's crazy, because this is like, this is not supposed to be like a no offense, but it's not a Senate race.
I hear you,
that's
race.
crazy.
Yeah.
So for the state race, you have 4 super PACs dumping money.
Oh yeah.
But you're still feeling confident about everything that's going on. How can people help out at home?
Yeah,
if they're watching, if they're in your district.
If you're in my district, please donate. Your donation gets matched up to 12 times by the state. If you're not in my district, please donate. Because we need money in order to kind of combat the attacks that these super PACs are doing. One of them is spending just $500,000 just in attacks against me. And so, you know, people who are in Harlem, they've gotten like 10 pieces of mail a week, and all of them attacking me over and over for the same thing.
What are they saying?
So I did an internship in the Florida Attorney General's office in 2016, statewide office. Lots of people work there, Democrats, Republicans, independents. It just so happened in 2016, Pam Bondi was the Attorney General of Florida. But I never did anything directly for her. I was in criminal appeals, so I was just checking to see if a judge did an error at the trial level.
So the slander is they're saying you were Pam Bondi's top guy.
Pretty much, like I'm a MAGA sleeper agent. You know,
that's
kinda
crazy.
Weird. You know, it's like saying somebody who works at Yosemite Park works for Donald Trump. It's kind of crazy, you know?
Yeah.
So, you know, they're spending $500,000 on that.
What's the biggest tea you can drop from your time under Pam Bondi?
The biggest tea? It's why I became an abolitionist, you know, because I saw how
Works for Pam Bondi one time.
I saw how terribly the system is set up against poor black and brown kids who grew up like me.
Yeah,
so.
he's an abolitionist for January 6th only. That's what. I'm kidding. God, they're gonna use that anyway. They're gonna use that in the mailers.
Listen, I believe in street justice, you know.
Okay. So you're running. Every single like state level seat is running up against, like, it seems, someone's nephew or niece or son or daughter. Like, what the hell is happening in New York state politics? Why is everybody passing down their positions to their next of kin half the time?
I mean, that's a great question, but when you think about it, it's just pure unbridled capitalism, right? These people are trying to hold on to their capital. They work in political capital, right? And so they're hoarding the resources and they're trying to hoard the profits off of it. And so the only way they know to do that is to pass those resources down to their next of kin instead of giving it back to the people, you know, giving us an open election with no legacy candidates.
Did you see the Geese piece on black socialism?
The what?
There was a Geese magazine piece.
The Geese piece. Yes, I did.
Yeah.
Yes, I did.
What did you think overall? Not the main point that was the draw-in, the clickbait, but how there's no pathway to any kind of socialist politics in the country without black radicals, without black socialism.
100%. I fully agree with it. And, you know, and honestly, if you think back to the past, a lot of the wins that socialism made in the 70s and 80s were due to the black radical socialists, right?
Yeah.
Panthers being one of the foremost of them, right?
Yeah.
Hampton being one of them. Because we experience things in a way that's different than our white colleagues, right? And, you know, if you were poor and black, then you experience poverty at a level that, you know, your white colleagues might not have experienced. And so you have a way of adeptly talking about that in a way that your white colleagues can't. And because you kind of have that experience and that, you know, background, you're able to talk to other black people who are not socialists yet, and you're able to talk to white people, Latinos, right? And that's why Fred Hampton was so good at building the Rainbow Coalition, because he was able to speak a language that other people couldn't speak.
Do you feel like there's a level of disillusionment that happens in every generation, including in young black men as well as young white men that we've seen? Do you feel like socialism is a good alternative to bring back people into the fold?
Yeah, 100%, man. I think it's the only way to bring people back into the fold, right? Because that disillusionment, what you hear is our voice has no meaning. You guys don't care to come and talk to us and see how we feel about changing the conditions. You guys just lord over us and say this is what's good for us, right? Well, socialism offers the opposite. Socialism is, hey, you guys should be driving the decisions, right? You guys should be owning the means of production, and you guys should be able to vote and dole it out how you see fit. Right? That'll bring people back in.
Yeah, absolutely. What are some other things that you've heard so far as a DSA candidate? Because I feel like for the longest time, I mean, look, I'm Muslim, but I'm white, right? So as a prominent advocate for socialism in America, one of the things that I've heard since 2016 is the Bernie bros, they're white men, they don't understand. What is the craziest retort you've received from the establishment machine that's clearly trying to protect its own interests and its seat in this circumstance?
Before I get there, you reminded me of that Kodak Black interview when Kodak Black said, "My name's Kodak Black, but every time you see me, I'm white." It's kind of funny, but The critique I get the most from them is that, you know, I'm helping prop up a gentrifier organization in DSA.
That's so
wild.
Espaillat has been also kind of being xenophobic with his arguments against Daria Liza, who is Afro-Latina too.
Yeah.
So like the fact that she's both also Dominican and he's still angling it in that way has been very interesting to watch, because these are the guys who have literally allowed that gentrification to happen because they're in the pocket of the real estate developers.
Literally, you know?
They're like all the older folk, all the like older black and brown folk that have been living in these neighborhoods have been priced out because there's no change that's come.
Dude, my opponent's dad in particular has been in power here for like 30, 40 years, bro. So if all the gentrification that's happening happened on your watch, right?
Yeah.
And like you are deriving profit from it.
Yeah,
Right?
they're like, we have no smoke with the ruling class. Our beef is with the American working class. The New York working class. That's who's doing the gentrification by existing.
Literally.
Yeah. That's cool. All right, so you're feeling confident. We put your link down here as well. What's your favorite thing about your district that you're running in, and what's your least favorite?
Favorite thing about my district is the energy, man. Energy is unmatched in Harlem.
Harlem's
I mean,
dope.
you come to Harlem, bro, everyone's proud to be from Harlem. You know, everybody has a different drip, a different swag, and people like are able to express themselves in a way that they can't in other places. The thing I hate the most is kind of what we're talking about, just like that black political the old establishment that like is just staying in the way of progress. You know? Holding everybody back.
How do we change the hotel that I think it was Fidel that stayed there?
The Hotel Teresa, you want to change it back from being an office? Yeah, it's an office building.
Because I really wanted to see it, and he took me there.
Yeah.
And I was so stoked. I was like, oh my god, like
Well,
this is a hotel.
I was like, I'm not sure what it is.
Yeah, and it turns out it's a fucking office building now.
That's what?
Yeah, it's not even a hotel. You can't even stay in it.
Oh no, we gotta return that back to the people.
That's what I mean. It's like a cultural landmark.
We're doing the
There's so
Apollo
many.
first, now we'll do that.
Yeah, there's so many cultural landmarks, especially Harlem as well, that I feel like is being erased.
Yeah, man, and
you know,
some that are being built that shouldn't be cultural landmarks, like my opponent's home. Craziness.
You are bringing it back.
Got to, man. They've been trying to sling my name in the mud. You know?
Yeah, no. Talk your shit, King. This is
Got
your.
to.
This is the opportunity.
Yeah, I'm
This is the
talking my
opportunity.
shit. Let's go.
Okay, cool. So you said the least favorite is your opponent building a house in the district.
You know?
Okay. What is some of the more salient points that you feel like is working when you go out and knock on doors and talk to people?
Yeah.
If there's anyone who also wants to participate in that, what could they use?
One of them you're gonna be surprised by. One, people really like is publicizing Con Ed, right? Because people fucking have big beef with Con Ed, because every time you turn on your AC, your bill goes up $500. And so when I'm at the door, I talk about freezing our Con Ed rates and then publicizing Con Ed so that it answers to us and not a corporation. People love that, and people love cooperative ownership of our housing, because Harlem is 85% renters. Our landlords have so much power. And so, you know, if we have cooperative ownership of our buildings, then we have a say in what goes on in our community, and these developers can't come in and knock our buildings down. So, you know, those are the two people love the most.
Okay, publicizing Con Ed. What are in the state? What are some initiatives that you're looking to advance? Because like obviously there is some momentum being built on the DSA front, and you know you're going to have Zoran, and then also at the congressional representation you have AOC, but obviously internally within New York State, like what are some of the first things that the DSA slate is like seeking to accomplish, and like obviously caucus with like a larger group as well?
Tax the rich, I think, is one of the first ones we're seeking to accomplish. And it has to happen, right? Because right now the budget is being balanced on the backs of workers, and it shouldn't be that way, right? We have mega billionaires who are escaping taxes every year, and we're paying like 30% taxes, and so we really got to change our tax code. I think that's what we're going to fight.
Expanding the police budget, I was thinking.
Yeah. You know, crime is down. We need to give them more money.
Yeah. This is like they're doing too good of a job.
Too good.
Yeah.
By the way, I'm a public defender, and we never get credit for crime going down. You know, we connect our clients to services. You know, we make sure that like our clients aren't getting railroaded, which gives hope to people.
Yeah.
But we never get credit for crime going down. It's always the police.
It's true. They were working extra hard outside of Madison Square Garden last night.
Oh, I saw.
I've never seen so many cops in my life. I don't know what the hell was going on.
Candy Crush tournament.
Yeah. No, it was crazy.
I mean, the city's on tilt, man. The Knicks are up. The Knicks are up.
Yeah. Do you feel like they should lose at least one more to even out the situation, or are we thinking Knicks and 5?
Bro, Hassan trying to get me canceled right now. Nah, Knicks at 5.
It's a trick. Ignore it.
What the hell?
I
know these tricks.
I'm doing a gotcha.
I got a media training, sir.
Yeah, I did. I had to get you with one gotcha. Yeah.
I got one for you. How is DSA involved in your campaign and in your district?
So DSA helps bring a lot of volunteers, which is good because we need to raise our name recognition. So it's a lot of door knocking. DSA really helps with fundraising as well because we will hold rallies every so often, and there's so many members that there's a good fundraising base and apparatus. And DSA helps with overall morale, right? Because you have people who are willing to stand in solidarity with you and fight this fight.
Yes. And how involved are people who don't live in New York City or who don't live in your district?
I mean, they're involved in the sense that they're donating and spreading the word, which is helpful. Like, unfortunately, politics is still a pay-to-play system, and so we need money in order to send mailers, pay our staff. So, they're helpful in that way.
Word. Yeah. Word. Okay. I don't know how we're supposed to do this. Are we just chilling?
I guess so, until somebody gets us.
All right, word.
That's what I usually do.
We'll keep chilling. Chat, do you guys have any questions for Conrad?
Yeah, what's up, chat? What we got? Last time I got called, what, a Chad?
Yeah, you are. You are a Chad. That's good though. I think it's important.
We need a name for like a black Chad. Like, what can we come up with?
There probably is one, but it's probably like because Chad also comes from the incel community, so I doubt that it's
Oh my god.
Carl's gonna take your picture.
Okay. All right, perfect.
All right, one vertical. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, and then a couple horizontals. 3, 2, 1. Thanks, guys.
Yes, sir. Free Palestine always. All right. And power to the people. Yes, sir. Appreciate you.
Yeah, let's go. Hey, man.
Hello, hi.
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
What's going on?
All right. How we doing?
Doing good, man.
So, how's the situation looking like for you since the last time I saw you?
Yeah, so I don't remember whether, I think it was before my special election, but I've been in office now for 4 months, so we won.
Yeah, that's the,
Yeah, the People's Republic of Astoria continues to be represented by a Democratic Socialist.
Yeah.
And as you know, I took over for Zohran Mamdani's assembly seat. And I feel good about election on June 23rd, but I feel so good about having this incredible slate of candidates who are running to join me in the Assembly and the State Senate, and also our 2 incredible congressional candidates. So we're only growing.
What are some of the initiatives that you guys are seeking to advance with the New York City DSA slate?
Well, we absolutely are not giving up on taxing the rich, right? We have to go back and ensure that some of that legislation that was stopped by the governor actually comes through next year, because we're going to just see the need for that revenue increase. We're about to see hundreds of thousands of people lose health care. We're about to see folks face a lot of housing issues because she refused to fund housing vouchers that a lot of New Yorkers need to keep a roof over their head. And of course, we need to continue fighting back against the rising tide of fascism from the federal government. I represent a 38% district born outside of the United States, and that means that I have the responsibility to continue protecting my neighbors. I am an immigrant from Ecuador, so I know what that's like to go through the immigration system in this country, a deeply unjust system that both Democrats and Republicans have been complicit in creating an agency like ICE.
What are some of the ways in which there could be like community defense implemented, which is somewhat decentralized, but then also like how can you aid and abet in that process as a
Yeah,
representative?
that's a great question. I think that the difference, the DSA difference, if you will, is that those of us who are in office from DSA, we're organizers first. And so we've done this work before. Actually, my background is in immigrant rights organizing, and so I worked with a lot of undocumented workers to fight against wage theft, to fight against labor exploitation, even when they quote unquote didn't have documentation to work in this country. And it's the same thing when it comes to fighting for your rights as an undocumented person against ICE. What we can and must do and are already doing is being in communication with each other as elected officials to make sure that we're the first line of defense when one of our constituents is taken. And I have to tell you, what is super helpful to that for me is that I have a congresswoman who in my district is AOC.
Yeah.
So when you have someone good in Congress, it really matters because she has been able to help get people out of detention. And that is why it is imperative to elect people like Claire Valdez, like Daria Lisa to Congress. Because you really will have somebody who's not beholden to APAC, is not beholden to ICE contractors and private prison contractors that are benefiting and profiting off this bullshit.
Isn't that precisely what happened with Mahmoud Khalil and Espaillat, who refused, even though Mahmoud Khalil is a constituent, Espaillat refused to even meet with him, meet with his family, or make a big fuss about his release until much later in the process. And I saw his initial reaction, and it was so horrible. I mean, his initial reaction was not dissimilar to Chuck Schumer's, which is like, again, also gross.
Because they're not dissimilar.
Yeah, it's unbelievable that you have a senator and a congressperson, a representative, both represent themselves so tone deaf because they are either ideologically aligned with the administration, which Chuck Schumer directly is when it comes to Israel-related issues, or with Espaillat, also ideologically aligned because his pockets are being lined by AIPAC and foreign lobbies that are representing the interests of Israel.
And I want to say that is exactly why the Palestinian cause is tied to the abolition of ICE and to immigrant rights. It's deeply connected, and also the federal government's assault on freedom of speech, which is rising, as you know, personally, internationally.
True.
I'm
receiving it from both ends. I got the American government and the British government now.
And we have a Democratic Party in New York that is complicit in that. We're passing buffer zone bills to suppress people's speech. And this is not about anti-Semitism. This is about illegal land sales that are taking place in synagogues.
Yes.
Those protesters are also showing up when they're happening in hotels. Right?
Yeah.
It's not about people worshiping, it's about the illegal sale of occupied land.
Yeah, which is the far bigger crime, really, than whatever people may or may not say in these protests, especially when the counter-protesters or the protesters in defense of the settler fairs that are taking place inside of these synagogues are saying way more heinous things than what the pro-Palestinian side is saying. I mean, they wave Kahanas flags, which is a terrorist organization.
Sorry, I don't interrupt, but we gotta keep it going.
Okay, we gotta keep it going. Thank you so much.
My friend.
All right.
It was lovely
Great
talking to
seeing
you.
you.
Thank you so much.
We're gonna do a quick picture, Gianna?
Yeah, let's do a picture.
And then we'll switch.
Alright, 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. And then a couple verticals. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Sweet, thanks guys.
Will you also just offer your granola bar?
Yeah.
Ian, you're good.
What's going on? Hey, what's good? God damn. That's crazy.
You know what?
The drip is out of control.
Hey, it's about the good life. Good life.
Okay, listen. The New York City DSA slate is actually showing up.
Oh, absolutely.
In ways that I like. Look, I've been involved with DSA and other socialist initiatives for the past 10 years. I've never seen anything like it. I've never seen anything like this before. Normally, it's as Brace likes to call it, out of shape guys in medium t-shirts. They should not be wearing. They should be wearing XLs. That's what Brace's initiative is. But you guys are crazy.
Well, we're running on delivering on the good life, and how can people trust you if you look like if your fit looks like trash? So you got to show up and you got to match the aesthetics of what you're running on.
How are you feeling about your race since the last time we talked?
I feel great. You know, we have achieved so much. We've gotten UAW, we've gotten support, we've gotten AOC's endorsement, which is really amazing. Someone who inspired me. I actually, like, when I ran, sat across from, when she first ran, I sat across the table from her and was a union organizer. I didn't have the time to be involved in that campaign, but it inspired me. It's what made me join DSA, and so I have her endorsement. We've got a lot of momentum on our side, and we're really killing it in this home stretch. However, we have a ton of money. These billionaire babies are having a tantrum, and they're flooding the zone with mailers, like 3 mailers a day, crazy stuff. Even using my own photos that I posted, like, are you guys trying to say something negative about me and using the pictures where I look like?
What do they got?
Well,
they do that to me all the time too. The Free Press once did my favorite article of all time. They said that the handsome face of terrorism.
I know, it's like, guys.
And it was like me wearing a keffiyeh over my head. I'm looking good. I was like, damn.
I know, guys, you're like really trying to advertise for us right now.
Yeah.
So yeah, no, I feel great. We've got this momentum on our side. It is a lot of focus on this because it is in Hakeem Jeffries' backyard. He is my congressman, and so he hasn't weighed in on the front end of things, but the political establishment there is very clear-eyed in what they're doing. So they spent reckless levels of money in 24 against me, and they're trying to beat that with the pocket change for them, but what amounts to, could make a difference between winning and losing. And that's why, we're part of a movement that people have to turn out for.
Yeah, how can people aid in your campaign if they're in your district or if they're not in your district?
Well, they can sign up to my website, en4assembly.com, and that's EON4assembly.com, where you can sign up to donate if you don't live in New York State or New York City or Brooklyn or whatever. But you can also sign up for canvases there as well. And phone bank, if you're outside of New York but you want to contribute to this movement and support a very exciting campaign in Brooklyn that's really putting it to the establishment that they are losing their mind. You should check out some of the comments on my videos. She also has a great video calling out my opponent and all the spending she has from the Israel PACs and the real estate lobby.
You know who you should get? You should get Hassan's endorsement. Not me. Not me. I already have endorsed you. Hassan Kwame just
Oh, okay. There we go. Do you know, his brother. His brother.
You know his brother's base. I always bring this up because I follow him on Twitter. His brother is like actually based.
Yeah, perhaps it'll be a secret mailer. I also wanted to highlight this too. If you can canvas, we have these dope ass bandanas. I wanted to bring you one too, but we didn't have any more. But you can get this.
Alright, look here, 3, 2, 1, and then a couple verticals, 3, 2, 1. Amazing. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Seeing you.
Yeah. Take care, y'all.
You are on. Oh my God, he's literally going on right now.
Well. Look who the frick it is.
Look who it is.
Welcome. Thank you for having me. What's up?
How are we doing?
I'm great.
How is everything going in your race? How are you feeling?
Oh, it's great. Honestly, like,
are you the only white guy on the slate?
Yeah.
I was calling that
I was
out.
hanging out with John Wilson last night. Yeah, Ridgewood things. And it was like, I was like, when we're together, it's like the quirked up white boy Olympics.
Yeah, you are, because everyone always is like, DSA's so white, DSA's all white boys.
Yeah.
And I was thinking back and I was like, I've had a lot of candidates on my stream. I think you're one of the only white guys on what is that, like, nationally?
How should I?
It's good. It's representation. It's important. I'm glad that you're fulfilling a very important role.
I made
DSA
close to its roots.
Yeah, you and Grant Plattner.
I thought it was gonna be a hot couch, guys. I don't know it was gonna be a hot couch.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you thought you could get.
No, I mean it's really interesting because I'm running against Jennifer Rauch Kumar.
My favorite. Your favorite. Out of all of the people that
she is like, I'm the representative of this community because I'm like a South Asian elected official, and like all of these South Asian communities who are very, very diverse in the district are like, you are our guy. Like the Bangladeshi Uncle Network has been like, you are our man, and they're taking me around and like putting me in front of every audience. I've gone to every mosque in the district. It's really resonating. And the reason, she's a Zionist. Yeah. And she's taking mad money from Israel folks. And that just really folks the Zionist lobby. God, really hang me up, y'all. She's taking mad money from Israel groups. She's taking mad money from MAGA groups. She's taking mad money from Hindutva and Hindu nationalist groups. Yeah. And like that's where she's had 5 years in office, and people see through it.
And most importantly, she's got Eric Adams' endorsement. The coveted Eric Adams. I didn't want to bring this up.
I felt the loss. I felt that loss when we didn't get that one.
Did you think that?
Well, after my, long relationship with Eric, the various trips we've taken together abroad.
Turkey?
Yeah, we've gone to Turkey. Why do you think I'm wearing this hat?
Yeah. He's hiding the
scars. I'm hiding the scars.
Yeah. But the real scar was what Eric did to you.
So on a personal level, yeah. And that really hurts, but I really believe in investing in relationships moving forward and just having kind of a clear dialogue, and that's the kind of restorative process that Eric and I are going through right now. As soon as he gets back from Albania, we're gonna get that started.
Yeah, he broke my heart with that one too, because I thought he would get Turkish citizenship, and instead he moved in a different way. And he got Albanian citizenship instead. Mm-hmm. So I guess he's hurt both of us.
Well, that's just one of the many things that we have in common.
Yeah,
we both share
many. So, you're doing well. You're feeling confident about your
feeling
race.
great. Yeah.
And let's run it back again. The incumbent that you're, going up against right now. What are some of the biggest failures of her tenure so far?
How much time do we have?
The Bangladeshi network to be on your side,
right?
As opposed to hers.
Well, it's not just. It's interesting because I think a lot of people when we go knock on the door, they're like, literally anyone but her, sign me up, and I'm like, okay, I actually have spent my entire life doing a bunch of cool and important things, and they're like, yeah, just tell me where to sign. But I actually have dedicated my life to the immigrant rights movements, Palestine Solidarity Movement. I founded a Jewish Voice for Peace chapter in Arizona. I've lived in the migrant shelters. I've gotten countless people citizenship and fought deportations. And I think that really resonates with people, and also the fact that she's been in office for 5 years and doesn't have much to show for it. She's never passed a piece of legislation that has a budget implication, nothing in the budget. It's just kind of these fluffy other bills. And then she spent 4 years literally dancing around town with Eric Adams, and people were like, "Where the hell were you?"
Yeah.
In that same time frame, I was working with people in the district, fighting deportations, getting them status, getting them paid at work, getting mad money that was stolen from workers in the district. And I think that really resonates with people. So it's both she hasn't been up to much, and then also what I have been doing does really resonate. Where the Bangladeshi uncles, for example, it's yes, I've been a very, very active person in the Jewish Palestine Solidarity Movement, and that really resonates. And also it's who lives in this district? It's the Uber and Lyft drivers of the city, the delivery drivers of the city, the construction workers of the city, and those are the people that I've represented for the past couple of years as a workers' rights attorney, and those are the people I'm going to continue working for. And also it's hella fun because...
What's the biggest... Oh, okay. All right. Well, last question. What's the biggest attack you've received, and how do you retort?
Well, she put my dad on blast for being a butt doctor, which is crazy because they try to make it seem like he does BBLs, and he's actually just does colonoscopies. And
she's losing the unks again.
I know, and it's guys. Colon cancer is coming.
I was about to say,
have you guys done a colonoscopy yet? And would you like one?
I have not, but maybe.
We're gonna talk later. We're gonna work on that. We're gonna work on that.
Oh yeah, we gotta take a photo real quick.
Okay, what an ending. All right, 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. All right, and some verticals. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Great work, guys.
Thank you, boys. See you on the flip side.
No, colon cancer is no joke.
No, I know. It's rising amongst the youth.
Get checked out.
All right, what's good? What's good?
Buy some treats.
Oh hell yeah! We got more merch. That's crazy. Every time I come here, man.
This is my campaign shirt. You want to read it out loud?
New York is a union town.
Right. So we are the campaign with the most union endorsements in this race.
Oh wow!
The pigeon has become our emblem, so we're kind of rocking that.
I live in the Iapis district. Iapis running to be my assemblyman.
Yeah, and you've been glazing him hard.
I have been.
Appreciate it, bro.
Yeah.
And the pigeon is the right. I think it's the right.
So,
I think
the selling
living there.
point
Yeah, I think it's
the sexy DSA.
Oh, I got another one.
Oh, you got one already? All right.
Well, not this one, not this variant.
Yeah, we're refitting. We're very.
Okay, hell yeah! I like this one even more than the other one.
Hear that?
So I'm really excited about your race specifically because we're flipping Dime Square back.
Yes, we are. We're taking it
Dime
back.
Square is no longer a safe haven for crypto fascists.
That's right.
And Peter Thiel affiliates. And it's going to become a
socialist utopia.
It's a socialist utopia, and it's very important. It's very important to get that across.
I completely agree.
So tell me a little bit because I did the DSA slate. You weren't there.
Yeah, my race didn't exist yet.
Yeah, your race had not existed. So who are you running up against? Like, what are some of the biggest problems caused by the incumbent here?
Okay, so yes, so the current state senator, he is retiring. We're just causing an opening in the assembly.
Yeah.
So it's an open seat. So I'm running against 5 other people. It's kind of a zoo of a race. And the majority of them belong to Democratic clubs, all of whom endorse Dan Goldman, the APAC candidates. So the majority of these candidates are part of those problematic clubs. So I'm completely against that as a candidate, as a socialist, as an organizer. And I'm a housing organizer here in Lower Manhattan, anti-ICE activist as well. And down here we have Chinatown in my district, as you know where you live. And so a lot of families are scared to show up to school every day, to take out their kids every day. So it's very felt. This very rich immigrant district is very felt.
Okay. And so, aside from the Dan Goldman, like who's the biggest op? Who's the most difficult? So far?
My strongest opposition, my strongest competitor, maybe this Chinatown figure named Jackie Wong. He's kind of an anti-shelter kind of guy. He's a conservative Dem, like Chinatown figure. So if anyone, maybe he's my biggest competition. I would say him.
Okay.
Yeah, good question.
Okay, how do we slander? I'm kidding. Okay, what have they done? You said they're anti-shelter.
Yeah, so they'll run their ads and their mailers, and in English it sounds like somewhat progressive, and they'll have Chinese subtitles and in the Chinese text it will be like, and we're against homeless shelters, and we're against. So it's very sly, very cynical to kind of be palatable to everyone in the district, so that maybe folks who are more conservative, who are Chinese will read that and think, okay, well he's on my side, but maybe some progressive people who don't speak English will read that and think, okay, he's for me. It's very calculated.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's your attitude about homeless shelters in general, or how do you think we can combat homelessness in New York City? Is it a policy problem, or is it a personal moral thing?
No, absolutely. It's a complete policy problem. Lower Manhattan is a very rich district. We need more housing, we need more affordable housing. We've seen opportunities for real low-income housing, like under $30K a year housing, be blocked by our legislators. It's not okay. We need to always be on the forefront of this. That's why I'm supporting a bill to pass the Social Housing Development Authority, which is Emily Gallagher's bill, which would create a new authority to create new housing. It's super relevant in downtown. We're very dense, not a lot of space, and so we gotta start building up, I guess.
Yeah. Before we let you go, where can people find your stuff and how can they help out?
Yes, of course. So iapa.nyc/events if you want to sign up for a phone bank or you want to come door knock with me. Only 2 weeks left or so. Early voting is this Saturday. We're very excited, and if you want to follow me, it's at IAPA NYC, ILLAPA NYC. And thank you for having me. So good to meet you.
Of course, nice to meet you.
Appreciate it.
See you around.
Good to see you, man. Take it easy. Oh wait, photo.
Oh, we gotta do a photo real quick.
Okay, camera. All right, 3, 2, 1, 3, 2, 1, and then a couple verticals. 3, 2, 1, 3, 2, 1. Got it. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Take care, man. See you. Take it easy.
Yeah, we got hella merge.
Speed dating, dude.
This is what I did last time too. Remember?
Yeah, no, I remember.
You were there. Oh, we got another DSA hat. Hey, what's good? What's good?
How's it going?
Dude, everyone is far better dressed for the occasion than I am. Let's be real.
I feel like we had that pattern last time too.
Oh my. Okay.
I just assumed you were about to come ready because we had the whole interaction.
That's why I'm wearing a suit.
I would have brought you something if you had just texted me.
Yeah, I didn't realize. What's going on? How have materializes a last time we had you on stream?
Things are good. Things are good. We've been doing the work. I mean,
early voting is starting.
Yeah, day after tomorrow.
Okay, who's your biggest op and what's their biggest issue?
This is his new like lead question. It's like, who's your biggest op and what's the worst thing about them?
Yeah, tell me. Give me the tea.
I mean, the easy answer is Eric DeLong, right? The man whose job I want. But I mean, look, the reality is like he's not even my biggest op, right? He's like an appendage of the problem. Right? The problem is the entrenched capitalist society that we live in. The problem are corporate politics that buy out folks on the left and the right. He's an appendage of that problem, right? He's not even out here plotting for himself. He's that power system operates through him.
Yeah, he's a servant of capital.
100%. And you see it in the way that those power interests show up to defend him, right? Billionaires are putting in hundreds of thousands of dollars into super PACs in this race just to drown out the message, to drown out our message, the world we're trying to build.
What are some avenues of attacks you've received so far, and how do you retort against them?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like, what's interesting is that this year it's more of a shapeshifter than an attack, right? Last time this guy was challenged, he lashed out in the most ugly, transphobic way.
Yeah.
And this time he's shapeshifting. This time he's pretending he was fighting with us the whole time for universal child care, right?
I have noticed that a lot. There are a lot of candidates that are like they're fake progressives, and it's even happening in some of the races that I'm working with, like in the Senate, with Abdul Al-Sayed in Michigan. Like I've noticed that there's two different lines of attack. Either you have the cookie cutter, do nothing establishment Democrat that's like, we have to be conservative. These guys are crazy. Or you have this more insidious version now, where I feel like some people come in and be like, no, I love Zora.
Yeah, I know. And I think it's because Zoran spoon-fed them the messaging.
Yeah.
Right? They're not even connected to community enough to know what people are caring about in this moment.
Yeah.
But Zoran spoon-fed it to them so easy that even they could understand. And now you hear them just like parroting back the same lines, the same promises, even though they've been in power for generations. The person I'm running against been in power for 25 years. So don't tell me now you care about affordability, what you've been doing for 24 years.
Yeah. No, but they figured out the colors and the ads. They got the same.
They
They
the
figured.
font.
No. It's what
the
I've
retro
learned.
layer.
What I've learned is that the mailers that you gotta trust the least and the posters you gotta trust the least are the ones that are most made to imitate Zorans at this point.
Yeah, walking ads, walking and talking ads, like.
You heard of like gentrification door numbers?
Yeah.
Like you walk down the street in New York and you can tell which buildings are brand new because they all use the same type, the same font.
Yeah, they got that.
numbers.
They got the skinny door number.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like it's just like that. You can spot it a mile away.
Yeah, it's easy.
100%.
All right, are we rolling through?
What's up? I just spoke.
Oh, you did?
Yes.
Hell yeah.
What's up? Hey, good to see you. Hey, oh my God, Noah. Hey.
Hey. Good to see you.
I don't
What's your name,
know.
buddy?
I think they keep,
Emma, nice to meet you.
they keep doing this, so I never know. But look, as long as is he rolling out?
Is it my time to fuck off?
Yep.
Or?
All right, shit. No, we're still gonna take a photo, but before we do the photo, tell people where they can find you, how they can help out.
Thank you for the reminder. What's up, chat? If you live in New York, come volunteer. Get out the vote is right now. We're out all day, every day between now and the election. If you don't live in New York, go to cct4nyc.com and give me some of your money because we need it to fight back against that nonsense mailer action we were talking about. Appreciate you.
Oh yeah, thank you.
Hey,
and then let's take a photo.
All right. 1 second. Okay, 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1, and then a couple verticals. 3, 2, 1. All right, thanks guys.
Thank you. Hey, appreciate you both.
All right,
People
thank
in
you.
the
See you around. How many more do we have?
You have a beer and then Clay.
Okay.
And then Samantha Katana.
Okay, all right. Can I pee real quick?
Yeah.
Go. All right.
You might want to mute it because I don't know how much.
No, it's fine. Hold
Follow
on.
him into the bathroom.
Yeah. If you can come in.
We do things different here.
Yeah.
Wait, she can just come in and start talking.
Yeah, she can start coming.
Yeah, whatever. It's. Keep shouting.
Water real quick.
Oh yeah, water. I like the speed dating thing. It's cute.
Yeah. Nice. I'm fighting every demon to like not.
I know, dude. I was like, you know what?
No, I can't.
I got willpower. I'm sorry, Reese's. I can say no to that. Oh. Cute.
Yeah, so far so good. How we doing, chat?
We good? We smoking?
Y'all doing?
We cooling? Alright, so we're gonna get Aber.
Piss Mike.
Piss Mike. Oh yeah, oh right.
No, it's actually, I didn't turn off Piss Mike. He's just in there quietly like aiming toward like that one section that
I can't believe that when Adam did that to him. That was so good. No, I forgot about that. I was in the room for, not in the bathroom, but I was in the room for that one. That was so
It's
good.
happened a couple of times. We've had a couple instances on the record.
At this point, you just gotta remember, like if it's not your
There
mic.
have been times I've intentionally set him up for failure.
Well, that's different because it's you.
You can bring her in now.
Yeah, yeah. Here.
Let's do that.
Yeah. Here. Whoever come in. Yeah.
Who's ready?
Yeah. We'll be out in a second.
You just have her talk to camera too.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. Let's do it.
It's fine. No, it's
How you doing, my friend?
What's up?
You outside. You all the way outside.
I'm
You all the way outside
fine.
making trouble.
How are you?
The
Oh
kind of
my
trouble that I
God.
want.
Hey,
Of course.
Did
You
you
know
know
I
that?
bought one already.
Yeah,
this is yours.
Oh, you
hand
this is
delivered.
hand delivered.
Hand
Come on.
delivered. Right
Let's
for you.
go.
Let's go.
Let's go. All right.
All right. Did you know that Linda was like my auntie, basically?
Like actually or no?
Pretty much.
Okay, the one for me, I'm leaving you alone.
All right.
Okay.
Here, look at this one.
Okay.
3, 2, 1, 3, 2.
Yeah, the whole segment's a photo shoot.
All right, let's do it. Get in here.
Yeah. This is for you.
Thank you so much. Oh my God. This is this is why I do it. This is why I come here. It's not for the socialism shit. It's for the free. It's for the free merch. Every time.
The hand delivered, my friend. Come on.
I mean, Linda helped my family out when my dad was in prison. He was
Wow.
picked up by ICE, and she helped my mom out, and
Okay.
I've been working with her ever since.
Yeah, Linda is amazing. I love her. I've been a fan of her work for a very long time.
Hasan and I are probably the two most hated people by the Democratic Party.
One of the OGs.
Yeah, that's who I like to hang out with.
Yeah. Well, hated, but also at the same time, we do have a lot of fans as well.
I mean, that's right.
And
We're building a movement.
Exactly. There's a lot of
Honestly,
fans of justice.
Linda helped build to this moment. I would say.
Absolutely.
I would say.
100%.
And I will say, Linda knows this. When she was going hard for Bernie in 2016, I was like working for her, and I was like, this electoral crap. I don't believe in this.
Oh, you
I
were
was like,
more-
what's Linda about? What's Linda?
Yeah.
We started getting everybody to commute to call him Uncle Bernie. I'm
Uncle Bernie. Because I was a little bit more skeptical about electoral politics,
Yeah.
but
And look at you now.
honestly,
You
look at me
became
now.
you became what you were skeptical of.
Yeah.
All right, so let's talk about your race.
Tell me. She'll be the first Palestinian American woman to go to the New York State Legislature. Just so you're
She's
clear.
feeding you the point.
I know. You're going to be the first Palestinian American woman to go to the
That
New York
is
State
true.
Legislature.
That is true. But also, the campaign is not about me being Palestinian.
Yes.
I think the fact that we have always been fighting for Palestine is actually what everything else is about.
Yeah,
Because if you fight for Palestine, that means you fight for everything else.
No, absolutely. I think it's a pretty reliable litmus test, in my opinion, that is you get inundated with a barrage of moneyed interests that come after you that most people don't even broach the subject for that reason. So if you're a fighter for that cause, that means you're going to be a fighter for every other cause as well. You're always going to be on the side of the dispossessed, people that are being fucked over by the real estate developers and numerous other corporate interests. So who are you going up against, and who's your biggest op right now?
My biggest, well, I'm running in Western Queens, and that's parts of Astoria, Woodside, Sunnyside, Richmond. You got to come through. My opponent is like a progressive candidate in the district, and I think that what our race is really about is kind of, what does it mean to push beyond just fighting for incremental change?
Yeah.
What does it mean to actually go into Albany? You can have people who go in, and they're good people, and they do this or that, but we need a whole movement that is going to push Albany to change. So that's really what our race is about. And who's my biggest op? Is it you? No.
Am I? No, I'm asking you. I don't want to
No, honestly-
I don't want to be on your wrong side.
No, I actually think that the whole entire Democratic establishment is our op because, in a way, we are differentiating the difference between what does it mean to be a Democrat and kind of fight for this thing or that. But if you're going to stand against MAGA, if you're going to stand against ICE, then you need to stand up for Palestine, and that's like the big differentiation I think we're
So the person you're running is they're not sufficient in terms of their advocacy for Palestinians.
I will say that I helped write the Not on Our Dime bill with Assemblymember Ramdani. And when we started that from 2021, we introduced it 2023. There was a few people with us. 2024, we had 350 people with us. And my opponent, actually, very glad he signed on this year. But I think, I think what this movement is about is being a leader. It's about being a leader and being bold and courageous and taking the fights that no one else is taking to Albany, starting them and building that, not kind of getting on afterwards.
All right, how can people help out if they're in the district or out of the
come
district?
through, volunteer. We had one of the biggest volunteer operations in any Senate race in New York just 2 weeks ago for our Day of Action. So come out this weekend, come to Astoria, Woodside, Sunnyside, Ridgewood, Glendale, Elmhurst. We have canvases all over the district. Come knock on doors. That's how you have the conversations. That's how you make it happen. We're trying to get Hasan to canvas because he doesn't want to have me on his show yet, and I'm not sure why.
Yeah.
He's asking about other people, but I'm right here, Hasan. I'm right here, Hasan.
I've only had you on the stream twice now. Twice. Gluttony. That's what this is.
But come through. Come through because it's where it's at.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. We took the photos already, but we can do it again.
We do it again. All right. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1, and then one couple vertical. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Sweet. Thanks, guys.
It was good to see. So you're not gonna put on my jersey now?
Well, not right now.
No. Maybe I'll try to.
You want me to do the whack ass
Why don't you hold it?
Do you want to do the whack ass Zoran thing where I'm wearing under my suit?
No. But why don't you hold it while you're standing next to me so it's jersey.
He's so unk-coded.
Who's going, me or him?
Yeah, you.
All right.
All right.
Good to see you.
Two
more. All right.
Okay. All right, perfect. Hello, hi.
Hi.
How are you doing?
Good, how are you?
All right.
We met before.
Yes. How are things progressed since last time I saw you? How are you feeling about your race? You got early voting starting in Saturday?
Yeah, in a couple days. Feeling good. I mean, my race is a little different from the rest of the slate because I am running to fill Claire Valdez's current seat. It's like an open seat.
Yeah.
That is already held by a DSA member, so I'm more like just showing that we're still here and that we're still strong. So
can't get too confident.
We're running
gotta fight like you're down 30.
Exactly.
Like the Knicks last night.
Yes.
You know? Exactly. You gotta have that Brunson mindset.
There was an incredible moment of Zoran coming. So I live in Ridgewood. Claire and David Organ and I all live in Ridgewood, like a 5-minute walk from each other. Zoran came out to Ridgewood last night, like at halftime during the game, and then it like turned around, like as soon as he walked into the bar, and everyone was so excited to see him. Like the game completely turned around, and it felt like a Ridgewood blessing.
Yeah.
Zoran blessing. So
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
What are some of the initiatives you're going to be pushing for that will expand upon what Claire was doing as well?
Yeah, well, so my background is in housing organizing. Worked a lot with tenants. I've helped start tenant associations. Done a lot of like fighting for stronger tenant protections at the state level. And what I'm specifically interested in is social housing. And like finding ways to decommodify housing. I've done a lot of that kind of work, like making it easier for tenants to organize and gain ownership of their buildings. Yeah, we can talk about it.
Where does that fall? I'm asking for myself because I always say like I don't understand the NIMBY distinction. Well, I do, but for me, I'm like I don't care. I just want public housing.
Yeah.
So where would you say that falls on the NIMBY distinction? Is it as prominent here in New York as it is in San Francisco?
Are a little different here, and I know like in California it's really interesting.
San Francisco is like Shia Sunni.
Yeah.
Like Protestant Catholic.
Yeah.
They're warring. It's a warring faction thing.
There are definitely diehard like let's not build anything people here. I want more housing options. Like if the housing situation is so bleak here.
Yeah.
And like definitely part of the solution
is to build more housing.
way we do affordable housing at the city level is like very terrible. We just build like a few units of not very affordable housing in otherwise market rate buildings. It's like basically what we do. I think we can get more creative at the state level. And there are already bills that that DSA electeds are moving that would be expanding like different forms of decommodified housing. I'm excited for it.
Why? I feel like this was not a major consideration, even though housing is the biggest problem. And yet, like, we always talk about Medicare for all, but I feel like even within the DSA framework, like, this is the first time I'm hearing like more and more electeds and more candidates running that are now talking about an alternative vision, which is not necessarily an alternative vision when you think about like all of the other implementations of this in other countries, and even some version of that, albeit busted, here in the United States of America. What do you think that changes? And I mean, do you feel like this is? I mean, you're out there. You're door knocking for other candidates, for yourself as well. I'm sure. What is the attitude from the public when they hear this? Do they take a Matt Iglesias style approach, where they're like, wait a minute, that's not feasible? What about the bottom line of real estate developers?
There's a little bit of that,
but
I do think that people are generally like, wow, housing is my biggest expense and it's like out of control, and like there is nothing like the way that people are talking about affordable housing, like in New York City, like when the city builds affordable housing, is like not satisfying to people. So they know that we need something different. I don't know, it's like you don't really get so into the nuts and bolts of like what social housing means when you're at the doors, but I think people like in a general sense are like, yes, we should be trying something different. Permanently and more deeply affordable housing sounds very appealing to people, so I think it's resonating.
Okay, hell yeah. All right, perfect. And what do you want to? How can people help your candidacy?
Oh yeah, I don't think I even said my name. I'm Samantha Catan, running for State Assembly in Queens. You can go to SamanthaForQueens.com and read more about me and donate and sign up to Canvas.
All right, perfect. And we snap pics real quick. All right.
Oh.
Right here.
Yeah.
Okay, some verticals. Well, this is horizontal. All right, 3, 2, 1, and then some verticals. 3, 2, 1. Awesome. Thanks, guys.
All right.
Thank you.
Nice to see you again.
Yeah, good to talk.
That's fine.
All right.
What up?
What's good?
How's it going? Oh, it's cooler in here.
Hi. Oh, it is hot in here.
A little warm.
God damn.
Like,
A little warm.
How are you wearing a suit?
All right.
Everybody's been asking him that.
The legend.
Yeah, damn.
Last time I saw Claire, I asked her if she was wearing Yoji Yamamoto, and she's like, no, it's, what did you say it was?
Cost.
Oh, it's COS. I mean, it's still swag.
Yeah.
You got what's up with DSA with cool glasses? What's going on there? Is that deliberate?
This is a new development.
Yeah.
In DSA. We've like reached a new threshold where the requirement is cool ass glasses.
You have to have swag, and you have to have cool glasses, or they beat your ass. That's what they told me.
Sorry.
They told me when they get together, they're all right. So you have never mind. You have a very interesting race. That's you and Daria Lisa both are running up against maybe not similar problems, because in her race she's running up against the establishment machine. In your race has actually turned a little sour, surprisingly, considering that it's supposed to be a DSA candidate, yourself, DSA cadre, DSA rank and filer with a union background, going up against the Working Family Party endorsed person that's like, I guess, leaving outbound. Didi Velasquez endorsed your opponent. How do you feel about it? Like, I mean, is this a real fissure at all? Were you surprised that it turned a little bit sour?
You know, I think this is just a moment of clarity. You know, when coalitions change, they change race to race. That's not a big deal. It's not a problem. It's a funny thing happening outside. For me, it's like, here's what I am. Here's who I am, what I am.
Yes.
Democratic socialist, proud unionist, anti-war activist, out in front of the genocide, calling for a ceasefire, the end of U.S. complicity, years before my opponent. Stayed silent, stayed on the sidelines. And I think what voters have a choice between is exactly that. Progressive except for Palestine, and someone who has a real vision for international solidarity, true peace, and democratic socialism that spans borders.
What do you think changed in the calculation or the mindset of your opponent for finally coming out and making the slightest nod in the direction of Palestinians only recently, as a matter of fact, after almost 2.5 years, almost 3 years of genocide?
That's
and 75 years of occupation and apartheid before then.
Well, I mean, who's counting?
Yeah.
You know, I think that's a question for him. I don't know that he's given a satisfactory answer, to be totally honest. I
haven't seen it.
I haven't seen it either, and I think we're in a new political moment where it's much easier to be out on this issue. And when I was running for assembly in 2024, 2023, I had $40,000 sent against me by the local version of AIPAC called Solidarity Network,
Mhm.
and so many Democrats stayed on the sidelines, condemned people who were standing up for Palestinian human rights, and this is not the district for that shit. It's not. This is New York 7. It's the heart of the Commie Corridor. It's a district where people have been mobilized and outraged by the genocide, want to see real action on it, and don't want to see us sending, writing blank checks to an apartheid state.
One of the things that I personally love about your candidacy, about your platform, has been how unbelievably outspoken you've been, and how you're unafraid to show your moral compass on the issue of endless, ceaseless militarism overseas. Do you feel like there's hope that there are more and more candidates that are now running in this way, openly and outwardly calling out American imperialism in a way that I certainly have never seen? I mean, even some of the more bold, progressive champions of the last decade have always shied away from criticizing America's actions or American intervention against our designated foreign enemies, our foreign adversaries. And yet, you are charting a very bold path here. How have other establishment Democrats reacted to that? Do they even offer lip service to it? Do you feel like people will inevitably shift on this issue in the way that they have with Palestine?
I think so, and I think some of it may be generational. I'm spitballing here. Some of it may be generational. I'm a millennial. We're all millennials here. I came of age during the invasion of Iraq. I saw the kind of building of consensus around this war machine, and then the murder of 1 million people in Iraq, the destabilization of a region, and the introduction of a new forever war. I'm sick of it. That was my introduction to kind of foreign policy and U.S. empire. And that was the same story as so many people in my generation. And now we're coming into power, we're coming into politics, we're coming into a place where we're leading the conversation, and we know what that was. And so we're not going to stand for another illegal war. We're not going to stand for billions and billions of dollars being spent bombing water treatment plants and refugees, and instead of giving us health care, And I think that there's a much, right now, especially with the bombing of Iran, there's such a straight line between international politics and foreign affairs and domestic policy and real pocketbook issues. It's much easier to draw those connections.
So do you feel like in your canvassing and your door knocking, do you see people making that connection? Because foreign policy and domestic policy are technically inseparable, and yet for the longest time, I think we've partitioned it off because it's uniparty, really. Democrats and Republicans alike have always found consensus on this issue and rarely ever cared about the democratic process or the opinions of the masses, and they still kind of don't. Israel is the greatest example of this, where there's this massive divergence between what the base wants and what the Democratic Party is willing to concede on. But as far as the people that you talk to, when you tell them, we don't want to spend money on bombs and endless destruction of schools and civilian infrastructure, we want to build our schools here, does that connect with the population, or are they going, actually, you're wrong, I do want to blow up schools in Iran instead?
Thankfully not in New York 7. In New York 7 it's resonating, and people agree, I think it's both the fact that I think this particular war is actually really directly hitting people's pocketbooks, rising gas prices, rising prices of other things, and we're at a moment when something like 450,000 New Yorkers are about to lose their health care because of Medicaid cuts. Thousands of New Yorkers are about to lose their SNAP benefits because of SNAP cuts. There's this reckoning with the idea that we are, the investments we're making are political choices. We're choosing to wage war and rain down death rather than just affirm life here at home and make our lives a little bit easier. And I think that connection is very clear, and people, again, are really outraged by it.
What's the craziest attack you received from your main opponent so far?
I think he said that only rich people live in Ridgewood.
I saw that.
Which
Really?
is
Yes.
wild.
But it's it's the district that he's
Yeah,
trying to win.
Well, it's also
And-
and Williamsburg, which is where he's from. It's
Yeah.
crazy. Yeah.
So what's that about? I've seen this like new meta, this new shift, the narrative of gentrifiers, right? And it's oftentimes coming from people who are like, with Espaillat, I mean, he's directly in the pocket of the same people that have allowed this gentrification to happen. But in your circumstance, like, where is this argument coming from? Why did they find this to be a salient point?
I don't know. I mean, this is like classic kind of like divide and conquer politics. It's like
Yeah.
the things, when they called us Bernie bros before,
Yeah.
and just like, oh, only like white men support Bernie, which is like, okay, like me erasure specifically, but I think it's about like dividing working class people against each other. And like, look, bosses and billionaires are doing a really good job of that. Like we need people who are going to unite the working class and who are going to acknowledge that like, if you are a DJ in Bushwick and you have 5 roommates in a 1-bedroom apartment or whatever, like, you're not rich, and like you're trying to eke out your life.
Maybe rich in culture,
rich in beats.
Yeah.
But you're trying to eke out your life same as your next door neighbor. You're
Yeah.
still tenants, you're still going up against the landlord lobby and the REBNY in New York City. And we need to be united if we're going to take on those interests. That's why I'm not taking any money from real estate.
So you're feeling confident?
I've never felt confident my entire life. But, we've got, 12 days left, so
Yeah.
it's time to hit the doors, it's time to lock in.
I was about to say, how
Sign
can
up-
people?
yes.
Yeah, how can people help?
Go to clayvaldezforcongress.com, sign up for a shift. We have 12 days left, and at 9:01 on June 23rd, the worst feeling in the world is thinking, fuck, why didn't I sign up for one more shift? So now's the time to lock in. This race is winnable. All these races are winnable. We just gotta put in the work.
All right, Claire Valdez, thank you. We're taking a photo.
All right.
And then it's on your own stage.
3, 2, 1, and then some verticals. Amazing, thanks guys.
Yay.
All right.
Oh my god. Ready on the stage?
Yeah. All right, let's do it. Let me talk. I got it. All right. You want me to keep the mic on, right?
Yeah. Now, so real quick, we thought we wouldn't be able to get her, but we got a special guest, and you just happened.
Oh my God!
Come on.
It's about all of us. It's about all of you. It's to make sure that we have enough power, enough asses and seats at the state level, at the local level, to ensure that this agenda continues. Because let's be real, Kathy Hochul is not going to accomplish taxing the rich all on her own. We're going to make sure that she taxes the rich. We're going to make sure that maybe not too much, because I want to buy a home here. Just kidding, just kidding. I would gladly pay the pied-a-terre tax. I don't know what these guys are worried about. But yeah, I'm very excited, and I'm really glad that you guys are here, and I'm really honored to also introduce two congressional races that are coming up with Claire Valdez and Maria Avila Chevalier, because we're going to make sure that we are undeniable as a force in not only New York politics, but politics across the entire country. All right. Is that enough? Is that good? I have a speech too later. Don't worry. I wrote it.
You wrote it? Did you really write it this time?
Yeah, I wrote it. I did. Oh, and on that note, one of my favorite candidates, and I'll be honest with you guys, I like her a lot more than I like Zoran. And I really like Zoran. Claire Valdez, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
All
And
right.
then you get your 10-minute speech.
You guys love doing that to me. God damn it.
I'm sorry.
Okay, it's
I
fine.
sensed the head.
It's fine. It's fine. I didn't say it.
Hassan?
All right.
I don't know what the fuck's going on, but
You can chill wherever. If you want to chill here, chill there.
Oh shit!
But
Really?
but
it looks recovered.
I know. I recovered it. It was weird. The entire HDMI of the camera,
I don't know what's going on. That's fine. Did he get the speech or no?
I got the last 40%. Yeah.
But it means that when he goes out there for the canvas thing, it'll be good because it'll get time to restart before you talk.
Okay.
Yeah. For some reason, transiting is like fucking with it.
3/4. Okay. All right. Well, it is what it is. I mean, I'm sure other people are.
But I mean, it was not the main speech. So.
Yeah, it's not. This was just a 5-minute introduction that I was supposed to give.
But it's weird. The bag just goes like it stops being live.
Yeah, you just gotta be on it.
Yeah.
I guess there's nothing else to do.
Yeah. It was good though. Not the last part. We didn't catch you pandering, so you can run it again. So you didn't see that part.
Okay, they didn't hear me pander? Good. It's my secret weapon.
How much time, Joe?
What?
How much time did they give you?
10 minutes. What's good? You can come in here if you want. What's up?
Are you good to go intro the video? Is there,
Sure.
like, special guest, like one
Yeah,
minute,
yeah.
you have a minute.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No problem.
You happy?
Yeah, no, it's
Okay.
great. Are you guys happy? It's a real question. Is
I have no
everything
idea
good?
what's going on.
Very sweaty.
Chat, I'm gonna be watching you. Tell me if it F's the second it F's, okay?
It's very hot.
Is it losing? Is it effing?
I'm watching.
Okay.
Also, how was the volume up there, chat? Still holding.
That's good.
It was fine. Volume was good.
Saying the volume is good.
I meant like up there on stage with the crowd and stuff. Was it like loud as fuck or was it good? Stage volume good, okay. All good, strangely. That's like changed it. I'm changing like 10 settings at once when we transition to the fucking stage.
After you guys watch the video, can you stay up there and talk about Darlene's and how excited we are for her race?
Yeah. With Claire?
Yeah, you and Claire.
Yeah.
After the video.
And I'm gonna give a little spiel beforehand about why she couldn't make it, and be like she's working tirelessly. I talked to Bianca beforehand too.
Hosting thing, my God. All right, so we have another very special guest who unfortunately could not make it here in person tonight because she is tirelessly working to make sure that she knocks on every door in her district. But, of course, yes, you got it. You get nothing for that. I'm talking about Daria Lisa.
Hi everyone, my name is Daria Lisa. I'm and I'm running for Congress here in New York 13, Uptown in the Bronx. And I'm so excited to run with such an incredible slate of DSA candidates. I'm so excited to be able to bring democratic socialism to the halls of Congress. And you all do this work every single day because you love New York. And like so many New Yorkers here, we are tired of a politic that seems to only look at us as statistics. A politic that has consistently put profit over people. And because we love the city, because we love the New Yorkers who live here, we have fought for something drastically different. Something that continues to fight for New Yorkers to make sure that we can stay in New York and to make sure that the lives of working class people are reflected in the halls of power. And we've only been able to do that because of all the work that you all have done. So, from now until Election Day, I'll see you at the phone banks, I'll see you at the canvases, and on June 23rd, I'll see you at the polls so that we can elect a democratic socialist slate.
You go first. There she is. Is that real life size? Is that what it?
Yes, it is.
That's crazy.
They're fucking me up. They're fucking me up. Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Yeah, like as I was saying earlier, unfortunately, Dr. Lisa couldn't make it here tonight because she is literally knocking on every single door in her district personally. But that's why it's incredibly important because look, she's going up against the party machine, an establishment Democrat, a do-nothing Democrat. Okay, not a lot of Espaillat fans in the building. But it's incredibly important to make sure that both Daria Lisa and Claire here win by such unprecedented numbers. With your tireless advocacy, that we send a message to Congress once and for all that a new way of politics is here to stay. Look, I'm serious. Look, I've been doing this stuff for quite a while. you know, a lot of you probably also were around in 2016 and you went through the Bernie Sanders process and you were like, wow, there's an old guy who's saying things that I didn't ever hear from another Democrat before. That's awesome. And yet, the reality is, even with all of the previous progressives that we've all gotten elected all around the country, I have never seen a crop of talent as bold and as brave as the New York City USA Senate. And let me tell you, listen. This is not just about young millennials and older millennials, as many of you are, and myself included, even though, by the way, we are kind of putting numbers on the board as millennials. That's crazy. Yeah, Gen Z's cool too. But one thing I will say, look, I'm a socialist. I don't believe in generational politics. I don't think that's real. However, one thing that I have seen from visiting different protests all around the country, going to these No Kings rallies that people always poo-poo and say, oh, they're all liberals, whatever, is that the Barbaras and Debras are ready for this too. Yeah. If you think people in this room are radical, you should listen to a 75-year-old named Gertrude, who's out there and wants to basically criminalize being a Republican. There is real change here, and I'm very, very excited to hype up and stand next to giants like Claire and Teresa. I mean, literally. Because, you know, I've rarely ever seen such tremendous ideological representation at such an important level. I mean, a congressional seat. Tremendous amounts of power. So to have someone like yourself, to have someone like Daria Lisa really advocate for not just the things that we've been demanding, like Medicare for